Yo, Maximus. Wait, is my sound working? Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get that Discord bot to work, but apparently the thing didn't ping it. And it also didn't share my YouTube, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. Although I'm tempted to just only share my Twitch on Discord, because like, I don't know. I feel like most people go to Twitch anyway. But it's probably nice to have both just in case. I don't know. Ah, am I sniffly? Getting everything set up. I'll be with you in just a second. Yeah, give me just a second. I gotta get water and stuff. Okay. The ads are over. I am fully situated in theory. So let's do this thing. Yo. How you doing today, Maximus? Oops. Yeah, I have that open. Oh wait, no, I don't. Wait. Hold. Need this open on my end. Yeah, apparently combined chat is still a no-no technically. It's kind of annoying. But I'm still gonna do it because I haven't gotten in trouble yet. So I understand why, but it's kind of silly. Mediocre college is really mediocre, so not much is happening. Oh, there you go. Is like bad mediocre or like just kind of like meh boring? Honestly, I have no idea what we're doing today. I'm like, all right, what do we do? I'm like, I honestly have no idea. I guess we need to discuss some things. We have the game jam stuff going on, right? It's looking like why is there oh wait, I was about to say why is there always a tie, but it looks like sooner rather than later is what people would like so far. We're close to tied. Yo, Price, what's up, dude? Dual wielded, twice wielded. you guys don't watch Tice, you should. Mosta, yo! What the heck? Did that even work? Nope, hold on. I hit the caps locks and then it confused me. I'm trying to do shout outs, but I'm bad at it. Okay, we need a shout out for Tice, and then we'll need a shout out for Mosta once it goes off cooldown. Shout. Oh my god, I can't type today. My brain's still waking up. Shout out. Duel. Wielded. What's up, Tice? How you doing today? Oh, thank God. Okay. Eat sick video. Thank you, dude. Well done. Love the editing and the work. Don't even worry about the shout out. Others deserve more than me. Or to others out, they deserve it. You also deserve it, Mosta. Give yourself more credit. You know what I mean? How you guys doing? What's up with you guys today? I was just about to figure out what I'm doing. But one of the things I wanted to talk about is that, or didn't even realize this new video. It's the how to play video for armies. So it's you know, I don't expect it to go viral or do super well, because it's kind of just, you know, fake fan. It's kind of just, you know, basic, whatever. The video I think I did a good job on, and it's probably like a joke, of course. Yeah. So it's not like a, you know, super entertaining video per se, but I think I did my best to like illustrate it and not have it be like, you know, just like a boring, like, all right, so we're this is a how to play video today, and this is the game. You know, it's like I was trying to make it like, you know, interactive. It's not too late. Check it out. It's interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's more like interesting and like informative than it is like super entertaining, but I think that's okay. And I don't expect to get millions of views or anything, but hey, stop scratching my carpet. You're just gonna roll around, huh? Okay. Honestly, despite knowing the game, it was interesting enough that I wasn't bored midway through or anything. There we go. Cool. Good to know. Yeah, I think that's the dream right there, right? It's just that it's like an interesting how-to video, but I still think I did like a, you know, decent job on it. But yeah, I was going to, before I figure out what I'm actually doing, I want to talk about, we're doing a card game jam. So if you want to make a card game in 2 weeks, then we're doing that via popular vote. Seeming like November 1st to the 14th, which doesn't really give us a whole lot of time to prep, but I think that's okay. I mean, that's mostly on you guys, you know. I'm just gonna be sitting here looking pretty. I could, I suppose, also make a game, but I think it's probably better that I just kind of don't, and then kind of be there to help people, you know, if they need help or something. I don't know exactly what I should do, but I also got to like prep all the like judging stuff. I still got to figure that out, whether I'm going to do like multiple judges or you making a game would also be where like you're judging your own game. It'd be more like I wouldn't judge the game, but then like you get to see what I could do in the same amount of time. But I think it's, yeah, I think it's strange. So but yeah, I gotta find out the, like, I'll have to figure out stuff. It's probably what I'll do while we're, you know, well, I don't know. I guess this week is probably going to be figuring that out. Like what sort of criteria we're judging on, what sort of, who's judging it, right? Because I obviously me, but I'm trying to decide if like I'll want to do it with another person or if I'll play the game with like the creator, right? Because typically, I mean, it's going to be a 2-player game. Maybe you would want to make a more people game, but generally, you know, a card game like a trading card game is going to be a 2-player experience. Although I don't think this is going to be limited to just trading card games. I think board games and stuff like that would be good too. So you also could theoretically do a 1-player thing. Yeah, exactly. So it's like whatever, honestly. But yeah, it's seeming like that's gonna be, I don't know, sooner rather than later from the votes, but we'll see. I'll give it another few days before I fully decide, but I don't know how fun a 1-player card game would be. I don't know. I mean, you can play armies 1-player and it's pretty decent. I would say. What are you doing? It's like kind of a lot to track, but I'm sure you can make one that's designed to be 1-player and it be more fun, you know? So yeah, we're gonna have to like plan out some stuff for that. I don't know if that's like something we're gonna do on stream today or if we're going to just work on art. Because I did start a card on Friday for the God of War deck, but so we could do art. It's supposed to be quicksand. It's kind of, I'm trying to figure out how to illustrate quicksand, and so there's a bunch of little like ideas here, but nothing really fleshed out. I was kind of unsure how you make like, because quicksand kind of just looks like sand. That's kind of the whole danger of it, right? I don't know why I'm coughing so much or clearing my throat so much. Make some guys sinking in it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Boom, done. Next thing. Hello, DDP. How you doing today? Yeah, the weird thing is just having like a little, I don't know if that looks good, but these guys like sinking into it. But yeah, the idea of it was kind of cool. Like Adonimus was like saying that it'd be cool to have a almost like a trap card land, which is kind of interesting. So we might do something like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see exactly what its power is, but I do like the idea of it being, you know, kind of detrimental to the enemy in some sort of almost trap-like way. Girl, no. Look at this little jerk. He just keeps attacking my carpet. On, where are you? Hey, Cobweb's under camera. Hey, what are you doing? Land has the ability where you can turn it into a temporary tank or something. Yeah, kind of like that. Like, I think the idea was like what Adonimus said, and I think it's might be too powerful, or I'm not entirely certain. Depends on how it works. But like, if a hero dies in the column that the quicksand is, that the monster that attacked it would also die, or something like that. Something along those lines. I don't think that's exactly like what it should be, but something kind of cool like that. So yeah, I think there's some I feel like if nothing happens to the land specifically, it'd be too powerful. Yeah, right. If it like got destroyed or something, then it might be like, if this land also got destroyed, or maybe it loses a specific number of units. Like the land needs to have requirements on it that, or something that happens in exchange. Yeah, like it needs to use units from the land and needs units on it. The land needs to use or something. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but something along those lines, right? Where it's like beneficial in some sort of way like that. Earl, please stop. All right, I'm coming to get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. There. Now you're trapped. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Yeah. So I can draw this. We can talk about the game jam. We also have a few cards I want to kind of revise. Which I think would be good. Good to do. I think it'd be cool if the Iron Sentinel was a little more powerful, along with I need to like just tweak some wording on some cards, which is never the most interesting, but okay, I get it. You want to be free. Okay, goodbye. Here, let's open the window for you. All right, if there's loud car noises, but she'll at least leave me alone for a little bit. But yeah, so yeah, we can draw this. We can do, which I know like drawing land isn't the most interesting thing ever, but it's something, you know? All right, she looked at it for 4 seconds and then ran away. Good. Now I'm cold. All right, let's, yeah, I really should have thought more of what I was going to do today. It's always the, interstate, you get it. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Literally every single time I stream, I'm like, man, I should have, yeah. I've been getting better at it, but it's still not ideal, you know? I feel like I try to at least come into an idea like, yeah, let me just draw something, which is usually easy, but lately I've kind of, I think I'm maybe getting a little bit, not sick of armies, but like, I think I might need a break from it again, because we've been kind of just going crazy with it. Maybe we'll need to go back to Blackridge for like a week and then come back to armies. Honestly, though, I think one of my things I want to do is just start doing, bringing some other people on, and doing some play tests of armies on stream, because I think that would be, happy to have like 10 minutes. Hi, Grot, how you doing? I think just bringing some people on to do some play tests of armies and do some collaborations, you know. I think that's probably one of the next orders of business now that the video's out. So we'll probably do that, and it's probably good because I've made a lot without actually it's been a while since I've actually played the game, especially with all the new cards. I hear Blight of Blackridge mentioned. Yeah, I mean, I still need to do work on it. It's pretty, like, I'm honestly conflicted about the whole corruption mechanic. It's cool, but I think there's conflicting opinions on how it feels. And so we're gonna have to kind of figure out if that actually works or not. And if it does work, then I just haven't played it enough, honestly. We need to get more playtests in, but It's a little bit harder to play test because it requires, you know, more people. So here we are. I guess I can, yeah, the corruption mechanic. I got all the cards done, but some of them feel like the cool part is, one, it lets players play after they've died. However, the problem with it is that it feels maybe too malicious toward the people who are succeeding in the game. Like, there's kind of like a good and bad to that. Like, the good part is that if the player who's winning will likely be targeted by people who are dead, right? Which is like kind of a sort of balance mechanic, but it also kind of takes away the skill of the game a little bit, right? Where it's like it discourages you kind of screwing each other over, which is kind of the whole point of the game. So it kind of feels a little wrong in that aspect. Yeah, this is the problem with playtesting. It's easy to get one other person. It's difficult to get two. Most impossible to get three. Yeah, 100%. Most certainly. I mean, this Black Rage can be played with 3. I would say it's more fun with 4 though. So yeah. But yeah, what is this? Hello, he's beanless. This is we're looking at one of my other games right now. This is Blight of Blackridge. It is a not cooperative. This one is a we're just talking about this for a moment, but it is a sort of almost like a party game, I would say, a survival horror Western party game. We're talking about this for a minute. We'll probably go to my other game, which is called Armies Against Entropy, which is very it's a cooperative PCG. But yeah, right now we're just talking about this for a second because we're kind of trying to figure out what to do today, if I'm being completely honest. So, and the balance changes with the number of people too. It's true. Yeah. The problem with some of the corruption cards though is some of them are like very targeted, where it's like, I like the idea of when people die, the game gets more difficult, so the game ends quicker, so the people who are sitting out don't have to sit out for the, you know, a super long period of time. But if the more targeted it feels, the less good it feels to be the winner, right? Like, the less good it feels to be winning, and then you could potentially just win because, you know, you end up screwing other people over. But I also feel like that's probably okay. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. I think it just needs playtesting and then work around the game feel of it. Because it's literally, this game is all about game feel and less about actual balance. Plus, we have a few new cards to test out. Like, we never tested out, what is it called? Like, any of the, like, 4 new monsters, right? Like, there's the Greed Marrow Ghoul, Arachnus Scourge, Death Rattler, Silk Flame Siren. All those all need to be tested. So at the Game Jam, I'll probably make a 2-person game because I want it to be more. Wait, if I were for more people, couldn't get any to play test. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, it's nice to do less people for that kind of thing, just so you can get as much in as you can in a short period of time. You make it so most corruption cards affect all players. They do. Like, pretty much all of them do affect all players, but the way in which they can be used is very targeting. Like, you can increase the event cost by 1. But if you know if you're counting cards like you kind of should, like, oh, that guy has like 2 weapons, or that guy has no weapons, or like you kind of know from previous events, you can know that if someone plays this card that increases the event cost, you know who's going to get screwed over by it the most. And there's no reason to do it if you aren't going to try to target someone. Yeah. I don't know. I think I just need to play around with it. I just need to test it, because I honestly don't know what... I think it should make the game more difficult, but I don't necessarily think it should be... I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right, though. I mean, I think I just need to see how it feels. And if it feels like too detrimental and like not fun, then we should just scrap this whole idea of corruption. Otherwise, we can you know, we can just play test it and tweak it to make sure it feels fun, right? Because I think for a lot of people, it doesn't even, like, it might not even feel fun to play these, you know? I don't know. That's the thing. So we'll have to see. We'll have to think about it, but that just needs playtests. I can't even like do any changes until we just get more reps in, honestly. So, but yeah, that's all besides the point. What do I want to bring up? There's armies. We're pretty dang close to having a full deck for God of War, and then we have like 4 total decks. I can actually bring up the tabletop simulator. How many judges will there be in the game jam? Because if, for example, I make a 4-player game, will there be enough people to play that? Right now it's just me. However, maybe I will find, there's a potential I find one other person, but I'm not entirely certain. I could see it 2 judges, but I don't think we would have more than 2. That said, if we have a 4-player game, we can find more people to play the game, right? We can get like a group of people. I will make sure of that. As long as no one's gonna make like a 16-player board game, then I think we're fine. Is it this one? It is not this one. It is this one. Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, yeah, 5 total decks. We just kind of, this is going to be the Coliseum thing, and then technically we don't need planes per se, but planes is fine kind of for now. But we do want this one additional card here. Also, I'm not entirely sure where Spellblade belongs here, but it's okay. Or Monk even, but some overlap is fine. We'll keep working at it. And honestly, sometimes we might make a new thing that fits better in a different deck anyway, so yeah. So it's coming along. We also were talking about what might fit in the altruism deck. We were playing around with talking how that would work, but worst case scenario, you'll probably be able to convince an entrant to join in someone else's games judging. Yeah, exactly, that's kind of what I was thinking. I think the trick to playtesting is to make a game in which you don't need to keep major secrets from others so that you can playtest it yourself. Yeah, right. But that makes more sense than Monk, to be honest. Yeah, it's just you don't have a lot of cards in your hand, so you might end up just with no cards at all. So, well, yeah, I don't know. It'll be fine. Anyway, if you just, or if it's just some cards, it's not that big of a deal. If you do something like a trader like me, then you can't really do that. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I think you can still figure out the balance of a game. Like I did, I mean, Blackridge has kind of like deception and stuff, right? So I did a few play tests to kind of just figure out, make sure everything's okay. And then I only ever did like 2-player play tests, even though it's kind of like meant to be a 4-player game. Until like the day of judging, really. So, but yeah, it ended up working out. I think you can kind of use your intuition to figure it out, but at the same time, I think it also makes sense that, yeah, it's probably not the best to try to do that, but I also think it's probably okay. Because it's not like your game's not like fun, right? Like there's still fun elements, even though it's a trader, and even though you haven't like play tested it too many times, you know. If intuition really worked, then we wouldn't have play tests. I'm not saying that intuition fully works, and I'm not saying you don't need playtest, but I think your intuition usually is like, well, I guess it depends on who you are, right? But I think intuition can get you farther than you think it can. But playtests obviously are necessary in the end anyway. But intuition can get you far. Granted, you have the right intuition, right? So yeah, if it's my intuition, is always right. Exactly. See? But yeah, we'll at least have to make one more card. Some of these cards can be swapped. Can you hear the leaf blower outside, or is that just, I don't know. Thunder, happy 7 a.m. Fooling around with some cards today. You know, your guess is as good as mine as to what I'm doing today. I think the goal is to, we're gonna finish this quicksand card, probably. And then we're kind of yapping about the game jam a little bit, and then maybe what we're gonna be doing in the coming months. No, because I'm trying to decide what the whole plan is here. I think I'm getting maybe a smidge burnt out on armies again. I mean, it happened before, right? I worked on it for like months and months and months, and then I got bored, and then we worked on Blight of Blackridge again for like a month or two, and I'm back at armies. You know, so we might need a smidge of a break from armies soon. I think I'm getting a little fatigued. However, I think rather than working on the game, we might want to just be playtesting the game. But finishing this card would be good, because then we basically finish these decks. We could make stuff specifically for Altruism or God of Humanity, because currently they don't have any real play strategy other than like work with just whatever deck you have, because neither of them have like specific synergies, which is something we could easily do. We've talked about it a bit, but creator brains need a break every now and again. We don't want to see you burn out. I mean, I'm not necessarily, hello, what just happened? A push-up redeem from DDP. I don't know if Ultram needs a lot more cards to synergize with itself. Like Altruism is already quite powerful. Yeah, no, for sure. I think that we talked about it, like having like a card that like deals double damage but takes double damage like before. And I was like, oh, that would actually be pretty good in the Altruism deck. As where'd that card even go? It just went flying into the distance. But that would be kind of a cool card because it would work really well with Altruism, because Altruism can take the attack for it and that kind of stuff. So I don't know, we'll have to see. It's push-up time. Oh wait, wrong camera. Oh wait, that's not even what I meant to do. We're fine. Okay. I keep hitting the wrong buttons, y'all. There we go. Right now, the winner of the Polar Game Jam date is November 1st, which is nice because it works for me best. There you go. Yeet the card heck out of there. Indeed, it did. Okay, gotta buy. Okay, bye. Catch you later. Yeah, I think yeah, it seems like the earliest date is currently the current winner. We'll have to see how that goes, but which means I just have to do more work more soon. But that's okay. But yeah, we could have some cool cards that synergize with Altruism a little bit, just to kind of have some sort of like interesting. My thought is you have really aggressive heroes so that Altruism can protect them, and then high unit gen structures and lands to kind of feed Altruism. That would basically be how the deck, I think, would be put. You could also go the other route of just like a complete tank deck that just tanks everything for your ally, and their ally is the one that kills stuff. But you know, here we are. I also kind of want to rework this card. I don't think this is as cool as I originally thought anymore. Like, swapping your gods is interesting, but it kind of feels meh now. It's only kind of useful for certain players and hardly ever useful for some gods, so it's kind of like eh. We'll have to think about that, but anyway. Yeah, so I think yeah, I don't know. I mean, we kind of probably should discuss the game jam a little bit. Let's brainstorm just a smidge, and then we'll want a cool effect. What if we gave both players the other player's god effect for a turn? That might be better, right? Something like that. Like, Church turns into a copy of the other player's god for the next turn. I think that'd be cool. I think one of the things is it almost feels like it shouldn't cost units, and maybe honestly it should be a unit effect instead of a cost, like a really high unit effect. But I'm unsure, because like the problem is like spending 4 units to get God of Humanity on your side, which gives you 4 units, you know, like feels kind of like not worth it. I mean, of course, it could be more effective on someone who places more cards, Like if you had God of Magic and God of Humanity together, it would be interesting, but you know, it almost could just be a unit effect with high power that like gives you the effect of your ally's god. Then I don't know, maybe make it so monsters are more likely to attack the church or something. I don't know. I think that could be kind of interesting. Okay, let's quickly talk about the game jam for a minute. And then we will God Bridge. I mean, essentially, yeah. And that doesn't break anything, we know, right? We know that that doesn't destroy the game in any sort of way, shape, or form. Let's talk for a minute. Here's the things I want to know about the game jam. So this is game jam. What sort of, we'll do this. What sort of criteria? So one of the let me preface this first. One of the things I didn't like about the game jam we did for Armies Against Entropy was that there sounds like a misplaced card at the moment. It might need a few tweaks to the card. I mean, it doesn't really fit into any deck right now, so maybe it would be worth looking over and fitting into an existing deck, or like maybe specifically made for altruism or something like that, right? So that could be probably could just be kind of reworked into a different deck. Just use the art, you know, because right now it just doesn't really work with anything. Sorry I keep pivoting around here, but let's talk about this for a second, because if we are ending up doing the first, we only have like 2 weeks to plan this out. So let's talk about the game jam for a moment. What criteria, sorry, I was prefacing this. One of the things I didn't like about the game jam that we did for Armies Against Entropy, or that we participated in, was that the criteria was something it was judged on, but wasn't multiple categories that like players or like participants could have won in, right? So like, you know, whether the game is fun, like how fun the game is. Art, I think I want to be a bigger category than they had. They originally had it, or they have it like, if you made any art, you get like 4 points. If you didn't do any art, you don't get those points. Out of like most categories, which were like 10 points or something like that, which is fine. But I also feel like, you know, we have people who are artists here, and making the art is totally doable. I don't think I'm gonna be like super harsh on someone who doesn't, you know, do art, but I think it's fine that it's a category, right? What other categories can we have? I mean, I would say something along the lines of mechanics, right? Like how interesting they are, right? You saw my art, you don't gotta be harsh to knock points. I'll have you know, my next short that's gonna come out, and maybe that'll even come out today, is that I'm gonna do a short of the sock incident. I have one edited. I started editing it before, and then I just never got back to it. So I'm gonna have to post that. Well, here's the thing. I don't even think your art needs to be, yeah, honestly, if you do stick people, I think that's still like, you'll still get pretty good marks for it, right? Like if you do any art, I'm gonna give you points. However, if you're someone who's like, because we have people who are artists here, like if someone like Bean is competing, right? And he draws some sick stuff. I think that's like, you know, I don't know if I'm supposed to show this, but he like some people are gonna excel in that and some people aren't, right? And I think that's fine. The teacher gives me a gold star. I mean, yeah, pretty much, but you still put your soul into Barebones art. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, Armies isn't like necessarily like the most like complex art style, right? Like, I did it because I could do it in that amount of time. Even that was kind of a stretch. But like, yeah, you'll definitely get points for and it'll probably be graded on a curve, you know, a little bit. Like, whoever has the best art's gonna get a 10, and if everyone else's art is not, you know, profound or whatever, right, then you'll probably still get a high, like, you know, 8 or 9, right? As long as you did it. Like, you can use AI or whatever if you want. I'm probably not gonna like discredit that, but I also won't give you points for it, you know. If you don't see some sort of curve from getting negative points, you would not get negative points regardless. I'm usually not like the harshest critic, so it will be interesting to see how I judge people. You know? Like, unless something's truly awful, I don't think you will get, you know, it's hard to get below a 5 for me, you know, out of 10. Don't safe space me if my 1 is a 1. Yeah. Yes, be honest, for real. Yeah, no, I definitely will. But if you're putting effort into an art and it's like, you know, you actually make art for every single one of your cards, even if it's not like the most like best art I've ever seen, I'm still gonna probably give you a high score for just doing it, right? But like, you won't get above someone who's done like immaculate work, you know? Yeah, I guess it depends. Like, I almost think like when I'm grading, it's gonna be, I don't know. I've never really like judged something like this before. It's more like when I'm like judging like in my own mind about, like shows or something. Actually, I prefer, honestly, and I'm not entirely certain. It might be like a 1 out of 5 scale, because I honestly prefer that to a 1 out of 10, but I'm not entirely certain. Yeah, if I beat Bean, he might want to look into who bribed you. Yeah, exactly. If you don't give 5s, then the 5 is the same as a 1. Don't break the point economy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I might do 1 to 5. I don't know if I'm gonna do 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. I don't know if like I'll need that sort of like, I might have to do a 1 to 10 just because it gives me more like space to work in, I guess. Because like, obviously I'll grade everything, like I'll write down what I think everything got when I play the game, but I probably will go back and do like a revision based on, you know, every game I've played and like what set the bar, you know, right? Like where's the best game and like where's the worst game, and then how everyone placed in the middle of that. Like doing a tier list, you know, you do a tier list, you're like, wait, this is not better than this, you know. Anyway, we'll see. The bird is so loud. And Luna's like, game jam judging criteria. Okay, we're not doing that. This one's like graphics, audio. Of course, it's going to be Defining what a curve is. Yeah, that's true. Oh, wait, I don't think I read this. Though I think I get what you're saying is you don't want to knock down someone for being bad at art if they tried. Yeah, exactly. Do we even have 10 people interested? How many looked interested so far? It was probably around 10 people. I don't expect everyone to join though. I expect to probably get like 5, you know, potentially, probably. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Usually like when you see like an invite thing and so, like 10 people said they're probably coming, you know, to your party, you go, okay, half those people are gonna make it, you know. It's like one of those kind of things. I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to figure out what the kind of criteria we're using. I think just like, yeah, how fun the game is. Art. I'm just trying to decide if mechanics is different than fun, you know? Like, I think probably you could have like most interesting mechanics, right? Oh my God, I can't type. But that's like comparatively to everyone else, right? That's another one of those things. Which I guess is probably could just be brought down to originality. Which I might not be the most well versed on, because someone could copy a different game. I'm like, oh, this seems super original, and you know, I wouldn't know. I mean, it could be the game can be fun, but not mechanically interesting. Yeah, and vice versa. Math behind the machine isn't usually fun. Well, a game can be mechanically awesome. Well, it's kind of boring. True. Yeah. Separate thing for sure. How would you judge that? How do you judge mechanics? Like how interesting the mechanics are? I guess, yeah, I guess it is just interesting mechanics, right? Can't freaking type. What about theme? Yeah, I was gonna say the theme fit, right? How it fits the theme, how originally that idea came with theme while still fitting into theme. Agreed. Yeah. Or how they flow like a solid game loop. Game loop is good, or game, like, yeah, I'm trying to think if that's like a criteria to judge on. Because if you don't have a game loop, then it's not really a game, you know? But that could be like part of like just mechanics. That would fit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think game loop is a mix of mechanics and fun. Yeah, I would agree with that. Here's what the internet says: gameplay slash mechanics, creativity slash originality, art slash visual design, audio and music. Audio and music is going to be not a thing on a board game, unfortunately. Technical execution. That could still be a thing, like potentially. Yo, Grot, we're just talking about what the game jam might be judged on. Like what sort of categories, right? Replayability is a good one. I do think technical execution could be good. Mostly in the idea of like how you implement mechanics, which is maybe just part of interesting mechanics now that I'm thinking about it. Because like utilizing stuff like rotating cards, right? Or like, you know, having interesting ways to represent mechanics is kind of cool, I always found. And like try to make things simplistic, right? Which maybe is like the better a better way to do this is like if you have a good way, if you have good mechanics that don't fit well, then having good mechanics but bad technical execution, yeah. I guess you shouldn't bloat the grading system, yeah. Wait, so how does originality work? That one, honestly, I might not have because I really don't feel like I'm super well qualified in playing like a ton of games, and I don't know whether or not a system exists or not. I know execution is a fancy way of saying how to play. Yeah. I think it's probably like interesting mechanics is probably the better way to do it. Basically, the idea of originality would be like if it seems like a super original way to play the game, but I also don't think I'm an authority on that. So I also don't feel like I should judge that. So it might not be one that I actually want to do. What was I just saying? I derailed myself. Cards rotating, interesting mechanics. Shoot. Should be trying to force different criteria if you don't feel like it. Yeah, for sure. I'm just kind of writing stuff down and then we'll kind of pare it down, you know? Replayability is good, but also, well, I feel like replayability is actually a good one. Because, like, you don't want to make a game that you play once. I mean, I guess you could, though, right? Thing is, with that, how many games have been made pretty much nothing is original anymore? This is true. It also seems a tad subjective. I agree. Technical execution shouldn't be separate. Yeah, I think I agree. It's basically part of interesting mechanics, more or less, right? I also don't like originality. I'm going to get rid of that. Replayability, I think, is good. Just like, I mean, it is interesting to have like a game that's like a one-time experience that you play and you're like, all right, that was fun. I don't need to play it again. But I feel like replayability maybe just feels like fun. I don't know. I also don't think we need like an incredibly complex grading system either. As well. Like, we could have something for, like, lore. If people want to do, like, more story-ish games, you know? That's what I'm saying, like, 4-ish criteria could be enough, yeah. Will there be a limit on runtime? I mean, ideally, we probably like don't make it like a, you know, like an hour would be ideal. I don't think I'm gonna give a limit. As long as the game's pacing is good, right? Yeah, just don't make it take 4 days to play. I mean, it will be a singular session. It will have to, like, I mean, an hour would be ideal, right? I mean, obviously my game is like an hour to 2 hours. I made a game that lots of people wanted to play with me all the time. Replayability is good. It is good, but is it different than fun? You know? Most games I play are like 2 to 3 hours. I mean, I think that's probably fine. But we should be able to get a good sense of the game within an hour, right? I think. Like, the fun shouldn't come at hour 3, I guess is all I'm getting at. With the game jam being small, I don't really have like a runtime requirement. If this was like, if we had 1,000 members in the server, I'd be like, okay, you need to keep it at an hour so we can judge it, right? And we'll stop playing at an hour, but we'll judge based on the fun we had, right? But I think that there's not really a time limit, I would say. I think it should be separate. A game that really is fun but not replayable shouldn't get the same score as a game that is somewhat replayable. I guess it's true. Replayability is more about feeling that you could have done something different. Yeah, that's good. I want to try it out rather than enjoyment get out of it. Okay, I get that. A game that's truly terrible in a fun department could be capable of being highly replayable score anyway. Yeah, I mean, in a way, I think that's like, I think in some ways Armies actually has that. Like, I think it has a higher replayability than fun, but the replayability adds fun, right? Because you can get like weird combos and stuff. But I wouldn't necessarily say every game is always the most fun. Gotta go again. Bye. It's quite this. It is quite the same thing. I would agree. Fun and replayability. To be honest, I haven't seen replay a crappy game. That's true. No, I meant an unfun game can't be replayable. Ah. Gotcha. Did I read it wrong? I don't know. Cannot. It would not be capable of being. Yeah. I think. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on how many judging criteria we want. Because I think probably what we will have is the structure of how it will be. Oh God, I haven't even been paying attention to it. Oh, there's an ad. Wow, perfect timing. An ad is starting right now. Give me a 3-minute break and we'll be back and we'll talk about this for a little bit more and then we'll probably move to art. But yeah, give me 3 minutes and then you'll have an hour of ad-free viewing. So give me just a moment and I'll be right back. Watch this video in the meantime.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you mind like telling us what your favorite and least favorite part of playing this was?
I'll be honest, and I hate to say this, but I don't think there was a single thing I enjoyed.
My friend Kyle and I made a game in 2 weeks for a competition, and as you can tell, it didn't go very well. But what actually went wrong? To get into that, let's start from the beginning. As I've been trying to get into more game development communities, I found myself stumbling into the homemade trading card game Discord server. And the coolest part about this server is that it hosted game jams, something that I usually thought was reserved for video games. For the uninitiated, a game jam is a competition where you have a set amount of time to make a game. Then you are given a prompt or theme to follow. Once the allotted time is over, the game is judged and you see who wins. Kind of like a 24-hour film festival or a hackathon if you're familiar with one of those. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the development of our Game Jam entry for the May 2024 HTCG Land Jam, Armies Against Entropy. In preparation for this jam, I partnered up with my buddy Kyle. You may remember him from my first devlog of Soul. We made the original version together. Anyway, we decided the first thing to do was to look over the judging criteria, come up with a schedule, and divide up responsibilities. This all pretty much went out the window day one, so I don't know why I bothered telling you this, but let's get on with it. As I said, this jam was hosted by the Homemade Trading Card Game Discord community, and as with most jams, there was a theme to help keep everything fair and keep people from submitting projects they worked on for years or whatever. In this case, the theme was lands. For all you trading card game people, this was clearly very Magic the Gathering inspired. Upon hearing this, Kyle and I got a document together and started brainstorming ideas. This was pretty stream of consciousness, and we tried not to discount any ideas from the start. And while we didn't take all these ideas directly, a lot of them did help us come up with different mechanics for the game. So here's some of the ideas we came up with. Land is mana, basically like Magic the Gathering. I'll say this wasn't something we wanted to do, but it was worth putting out there because it's probably everyone's first thought. That said, our goal was to move away from this and defy any expectations. Land is a battle arena / cards you fight over. I'm pretty sure I've seen other games like this before. I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but I've definitely seen it. Basically, this would be a card that you play other cards on top of to battle. Then you get to claim the land if you succeed, which would then give you some sort of benefit or bring you closer to a win condition. A game like Stacklands. The word lands made me think of the game Stacklands. If you haven't played this game, I would definitely recommend it. This ended up being a pretty big inspiration for the game, so we'll get into that more a little bit later. Lands are spawner cards. I was originally thinking of Loop Hero when I thought of this idea, but we ended up kind of using a little bit of this concept, but not exactly from the idea that we wrote down. We'll get more into that later. So despite us saying we had 4 days to come up with a core idea on our schedule, we already had one day one. We liked the idea of something like Stacklands, a resource management game where you generate resources and battle monsters. We ignored the sort of survival aspect with the, exception of the battling monsters part. We also decided we wanted this game to be cooperative. We thought that it would work better for this sort of format and something more unique that we could bring to this jam. Kyle had work, so before starting this game in earnest, we did a bit of brainstorming and tried to expand upon this idea in the meantime. Here are the thoughts we came up with. The game was going to have one resource. While Stacklands or other resource management games usually have many resources to manage, we wanted to take a simpler approach. This is partly because we want the scope to be smaller, but also because we want the game to be as simple as possible. While a video game like Stacklands might be able to manage having players deal with nitty-gritty resources, a real physical card game doesn't really lend itself to that and can end up bogging the game down. To go along with this, we decided land would generate units. These units acted as both health and damage when placed onto cards. We had debated on whether or not these units would be different types of creatures and had different effects based on what generated them, having different lands generate different units, but we figured in the end this would make the game much more cluttered despite maybe sounding more interesting. So we ended up keeping the units basic and allowed the card to change the unit's functionality. For example, the idea behind it was like sending a peasant to a castle makes them a knight. We also decided units would be represented by tokens rather than cards. Originally I was opposed to this idea, seeing we were trying to make it like a trading card game, but then I looked at Magic and was like, oh, right. Anyway, more on units in a bit. We also decided there would be 5 types
Sorry
of
about the wait there.
Gods,
Let's
heroes,
see.
structures, lands, and spells. Spells we...
If you eat a spoonful of crap, you're never gonna go, damn, that was bad. I'm sure I could go for another. Please, sir, I want some more. Yeah, I think replayability might be more than we need currently. But here's my thought is that we will have why does it have like a weird notification that I should donate bits to myself? That's weird. Like, you should click on this. It's like, what? Why? Unban requests. Sorry, I just saw that I have an unban request. I give you one guess of who it is. Anyway. Unban my boy Talmus, for real. It's not you, unfortunately. Anyway, the way I think this is gonna work is we will have a overall winner. which will be like all the categories, right? All categories put together. But then we will probably have multiple separate categories for winners. I've got a ban under my belt. I'm glad it's not here. Yeah. Yeah. Me as well. You guys are cool. So I think it would be cool to have like additional winners that like are not necessarily like runner up or anything, you know? I mean, we could have a second and third place winner get something, right? Okay, let's just write stuff down. So we have like a first place. Well, actually, I don't know. What's more interesting, having a first place, second place, third place winner in a thing that's gonna probably have 5 people, or an overall winner like best art, best, you know, mechanics, whatever. I feel like most fun. I don't know. Right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. You could give each category a winner on its own, and then a bunch of separate alone prizes. Yeah. So like this could be like the thing, but like it doesn't feel like having like a most fit the theme would be like, feels like maybe a weird thing, but I think it gives me a chance to win them all. There you go. I think we get rid of replayability, and then we have just 5 things, right? Overall winner plus category winners plus stupid prizes is a way to go. Being third in a race with 5 people is mildly discarded as the worst. Yeah, at worst. Yeah, mildly degrading. I disregard. I can't read. Degrading at worst. Yeah. So I think honestly, we just have an overall winner and then 1 winner per thing. And I have to decide whether I do it out. Probably 5 points is perfectly fine, right? Because I think 1 to 5 is just a better scale, because most of the time you're not using the subtlety of like, is this a 10 or a 4? Like a 10 or a 9, you know? But at the same time, maybe using that like subtlety here might be useful, but I don't know. But 1 to 5 could be better. I don't know. There's probably enough categories to have 1 to 5 that like I will be able to like pick a distinguished winner. But then again, someone who has a 5 for art or whatever could be tied with someone else. So really, it's gonna be 1 to 10. It's gonna be easier for judging for me. I assume Theme Fit might not have a prize. I mean, maybe it would. If someone does like a really crazy cool, like really, really well fit the theme, maybe we could. I don't know, but we'll see. Third place is better than we have no winners. We have no winners. Everyone gets a participation award. I honestly was tempted to give a participation award, but not because like, oh yeah, you tried. It was more like, hey, you actually worked in this event that I worked hard to, you know, set up, right? It'd be more that. Go for 1 to 5 you want, but I don't want to see scores like 3.33 repeating. We'll do 1 to 10. It'll be fine. Yeah, participation award wouldn't be for you actually managed to make a finished enough product. It was honestly, it's not even that. It's just like, thank you for participating in my thing. It's more of a thank you than a like, hey, you did a good job, pal. You know, it'd be more like, it'd be more as a thank you, you know, for being part of the community, right? But I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. You have a set of guide rules, or is it kind of a free-for-all? Not yet, but that might be something good to talk about. I mean, obviously follow the theme, right? No existing games. You may use existing assets, I would say. AI is allowed but will not be graded as art. Keep games within server rules. Server, Twitch, and YouTube rules. Basically all those. Whatever. Trying to think if there's anything else. Local law, exactly. I hope so. No existing assets would make you can't use existing physical pieces like deck of cards and tokens, right? Well, you could, so no existing games, like, or no, so you could, so no, this probably needs to be better clarified, but you couldn't use a game that you've already made. No using a game you have already made. Let's just do this as bullet points. Existing, you may use existing assets, meaning you could use like, which means you could use like anything you've created from an existing game if you want to, but it has to be reused. You can use poker chips, but you can't submit Texas Hold'em as your game. Exactly. You could even use real playing cards. I would say, like, I would prefer that you make like ones of your own, but yeah, no existing games, but you could, like, for instance, I used different art assets from my comic to make Armies Against Entropy, or I used a lot of Soul assets to make Stellar Shift when I did that. You can get inspiration from it. Your old games, do try to keep it separate enough. Don't work on your existing game and submit that. Exactly. Yeah, so like, yeah, like I wouldn't be able, like if I participated in this and the theme was like, I don't know, destruction, I couldn't just like add Armies Against Entropy in there and be like, yeah, no, I've been working on this game the whole time, you know? I'll clarify this stuff a little bit better when we actually get into it, but yeah. So yeah. Keep the games within server. Anything else that's server rules? Yeah. Anything else that we can think of that's like that I might be missing here? Because honestly, I want to get this like ready to go by like as soon as possible, because I think I want to put like a short or something up on my YouTube, and honestly pretty much everything else, like my socials. Maybe try and get more people in here, because I think enticing people with a game jam is kind of a cool way to get more people. Try to keep playtime within one. Yeah, that's probably good. Is playtime one more? Yeah. I'm trying to decide if I want to put a player cap on it, like what number of player games, but try and keep the game 4 or less players. Not that that really matters. I don't think anyone's gonna do more than that, but that'd be cheating. Here's my dice game I made from half a dozen years ago. I'm sure people have tried to do it before though, you know. But yeah. I bet some have, yeah, I'm sure. What are you doing, huh? Hey, you. Hi. On my desk. I mean, it's not so much a rule, but like letting people know that like, because it could be card or board games, I think is probably fair, right? Like, I would say like my brain has been thinking card games for the most part, but like I would be very happy with board games as well. Either I think is fine as long as it fits a theme. Which I will have to think of a theme. I'm like, okay, well here's a question. What kind of themes do you guys like to see in this sort of thing? Like, I've seen ones that are like, you know, one letter word or like one word. I mean, the definition of what you're allowing is pretty loose. Yeah, for sure. Like you'd allow a theoretical game played your hands too, right? You allow a theoretical game with your hands and etc. too, right? Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I probably would even let like if someone wanted to do like I don't know, like a role-playing game rule set, I'd probably allow it, you know. Do we like story and lore as one? I feel like that makes sense, right? Like if you add like Armies Against Entropy doesn't have like a crazy amount of lore, but like it has a vibe to it, right? I feel like it's a fair thing because we might have some people who are like very writer centric who want to do it. Like though, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'll get many points. Yeah, I mean, I think like again, it's going to be graded on a curve. Like if the biggest contribution to it is like you have like named characters, then like that'll work. of course, if someone like writes an entire book to go along with their game, then, you know, then maybe, you know. I made this in 2 weeks, Hanson AE. That'd be so funny. I mean, the original version of Armies was made in 2 weeks, to be fair. Just kidding. Anyway, but okay, I mean, I think most of this works. Oh yeah, so yeah, what kind of themes do you guys think are cool? Like, I've seen ones that are like a single word, right? Like physics, or I don't know, Monopoly. You know, like a single word where it's like you have to interpret that single word. I've heard like ones that are like, yeah, more like themes. Like we could be like, you know, survival horror, or I don't know, why is my brain not working? Like a roguelike, right? You know, you could do that kind of thing. Like, single word is fine. Just don't do a Blackthorn Prod. Choking, but not really. Yeah. Or we could go like, I've heard one that was like, Blackthorn Prod has good ones sometimes, and then sometimes they do ones that are like, yeah, like a theme like that, right? Like where it's like survival horror or whatever. But there are ones that are like, they did one where it was like, it's the one that they did for Light of Dryden's game. Like it was Memento Mori. Was it Memento Mori? Yeah, Memento Mori, which is like a saying that's like, what, remember death or something. An object serving as a warning. No, maybe it's, or maybe it's a longer statement than that, but it's something like that. Like, that's kind of cool. Like, physics would be an interesting concept, but not roguelike. Yeah. Or just like one word, just like meaning something, you know? I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll have to play around with it. Like, that's honestly the biggest thing I'm worried about for the whole jam, is like coming up with a good word or a good category. Like, not things that would already be a game category. Yeah. Oh my Lost Lord. Do they, that's all they do? Game jamming, Blackthorn Prod. I mean, kinda. I mean, it's basically just a game jam. Like they basically just host a well, yeah, I mean, the ones they're past the game challenge is literally just a 24-hour game jam. I think a theme like survival horror would be good if you do it again, but it would be so limiting for the first. Yeah, I think it's light, electricity, magnets, sounds, all could be interesting games. Yeah. Huzzah, he's back. I am back. Yeah, I was just had stuff going on yesterday, and it made more sense for me to just stream today rather than yesterday. I went to my my brother's house to help him work on some stuff, and I have stuff later on today, so it was either I'd do like 2 half days at his house or just do a full day and then whatever. So I just decided to push stuff. So here we are. I'm here now. Just use a random word generator when the word calls to you. I have like a word in my head that for some reason is sticking with me, but I, you know, for some reason it scurs me. Anyway. Yay, helping family. Yeah. To be fair, he's also helping me because I for some like extra money, sometimes I help him with stuff and he pays me for it. Basically his on-staff handyman, so I think you get the best results if it's more of a impact on style / story rather than directing the type of game. Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're such a good seed. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm all right. Though we did jackhammer out his concrete floor, which was a lot of work. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, it's like it's something that you could just fit as like the style of the game rather than the mechanics, I suppose. Is what you're kind of saying. But like I think it is also cool to like fit the word into the mechanics as well. You know? I think both are cool. But yeah, not just being like, I think I see what you're saying. It's not like when you say survival horror, you only have one choice of game to make, right? You can't, it doesn't limit it. You can't make like a, you're limited to what types of game you can make when I say survival horror. But if I say, I don't know, cowboy, you know, you could do anything with that. I see what you're getting at. Yeah. Trick or treat, Halloween jammin'. There you go. Wait, does this? No, it doesn't quite. I was like, does this go? Will this go over Halloween? But it will not. It's the 1st to the 14th, so it's the day after Halloween. Currently, that is the current vote. It might change. It's a pretty neck and neck race here. So yeah. We'll have to see. The things that aren't actual game categories, it limits you in a way that feeds your creativity. Well, you're basically allowed to make whatever. Yeah. I agree. That is interesting, and I would love to try out, but I think it would help in engagement to a few non-regulars to join if it's more broad. Yeah, exactly. And I think some people who aren't like stream regulars will also join the jam, it seems. Like some people seem interested potentially. Well, yeah, like 2 people have said that they might, so that would be kind of cool. But yeah, also like trying to get word out once we get this like lockdown as quickly as we can. I can, you know, put some stuff out there and maybe get some more people to join the jam. I think would be cool. So yeah, I think that'll be fun. I can post in some of the other like card game Discord servers that I'm in, and maybe we'll see some new faces. I think that'll be cool. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to talk about this before we move on to another topic. I think that's like the main stuff. Besides like deciding on judges, I think it's probably fine if it's just me. If not, we'll just need to get like one other person who's you know, who I can have as a judge. Obviously someone who's not in the jam, you know. So yeah, cool. All right, I think we're done there. Unless y'all have any other thoughts. Cursory is kind of broad. You got the goods, you got the bad, sweet and salty. There you go. Num 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 num. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what about like, yeah, like multi-word ones? I guess it doesn't really matter as long as it's kind of like trick or treat's interesting, right? Because you could do it is a decent theme, right? Something along those kind of lines where it's a 2-word theme. Hi Thunder, hi Dingus, hi DDP. I read that backwards for some reason. Hello, hail Toot. Hail and well Toot. All right, I think we're done. I think we're done with that. That gives me ideas. And then once we have the date locked down, I'm just gonna announce it, you know? Be like, yo, we're doing this thing. All right, I don't need this open either. They'll just eat my RAM. This tabletop likes to do that. Ba-doo, 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 boo, ba-doo, 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 boo. I guess we're drawing. I guess we're gonna do this the old quicksand card here. Happy to see y'all today. I'm happy to see you too, Toot. Well, technically you didn't say hi to me, so maybe you're not happy to see me. I don't know. It's today? No way. Yesterday's stream today. Yeah, I missed yesterday, so I pushed it forward a day. I just knew that was coming. If Birdie is here, then I am standing. 'Tis the law of the land. Hail, Birdie. Hail and well met. Ah! What did I just step on? But there's a sticky note on the ground that my cat's been kicking around. Missed a few because life. I feel that. But made it today. Work's been hell. Ah, damn. I'm sorry to hear that. Which is exactly what Toot just said. Feel free to vent if you'd like. Or don't, if you don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna draw this. We're doing a quick sand card. The concept is it's kind of like a trap card, but it's a land. So we'll have to figure out exactly what that means, but mechanically. But we're gonna draw it for now. Sand, yeah, it's gonna be quicksand. Kind of like a trap card almost, but it's a land. We don't really have trap cards exactly, so. You'll never see me hanging out in yesterday, and I've tried tomorrow. Never comes. Sonic Sand. That's a cool band name, honestly. Yeah, it's kind of got like the little ripples, which I don't know if that's, I don't know. I'm just trying to get like something that looks good here. That's nothing. I don't really like the too many ripples. It's too much. In 3rd grade, I thought quicksand was going to be a much bigger threat throughout my life. So I tried that, and even my jokes are not making sense. It's all good. Maybe I just didn't get it. I appreciate the jokes regardless. Sonic is quick. Oh, I get it now. I got it. All right, I get it now. Like the hedgehog. Sonic fast. Or maybe the restaurant. The fast food place? Is fast food a restaurant, or does a restaurant require you to sit in the place? What are your thoughts? What constitutes a restaurant? Feeling more like a lake right now, but we'll make it work. I'm digging your hoodie, Neil, but yeah, I got it on Amazon for cheap. Unfortunately, it is very Beats colors. This is in the way. Just T-posing real quick. Which is very on brand. However, it is doing that like pilling thing where there's like little whatevers, and it's kind of staticky, so all of Luna's hair stick to it. But I do like it as well. I wish it was made out of better material, but you know, here we are. Can't win them all. Always feels weird drawing standing. I watched the ground eat a cat. Boomer hole. The dude was almost sucked into the ground with it. I think you're talking about like the we call it the Muskegee ground. I'm confused. Thunder, what kind of ground was it? From here on screen, the hoodie looks great. Yeah, I was gonna say it's I mean, it's fine. It's just made out of cheaper material, which is kind of sad. It only lasted like so long before it got kind of like meh, you know. Throw it in the wash like 3 times and it was dead. Muskeg is a kind of ground that's like quicksand. Interesting. Oh man, I can be here. Heck yeah. Debo, what's up, dude? We're drawing the quicksand card. Do we have 2 people in here, or do you think just one? Kind of like this guy laying down on his back. He's really struggling. Yo, Anonymous, what's up, dude? Never heard of it, but I'm glad to add a new thing to my list of fears. One leg up. Yeah, you're right. You totally should. We'll draw that in the actual drawing, but for now, the sketch is fine. We'll make it all look nicer. There's gonna be like silhouettes of people anyway, you know? Oi, oi, it's anonymous. I don't know. Anyway. Hello, hello, hello. Hail. Quicksand and slow sand. Is there slow sand? What are you doing? I'm looking for a wiki for Muskeg, and it has pictures where I see the cat eating. High up and stop. No. That's a bad kitty. That's bad. No. High up and okay, you're being bad. Get out of here. Go. Just scratching my very expensive chair. That she's not allowed to do. No scratching my chair. She has needs. You can scratch anything else. Don't even think about it. I'm gonna get you. She's also just being a brat because she wants attention. She knows I'll get mad. Anything she wants in this. She's the god of this world, true. Look at this little dork. Mwah. Why you gotta be a little pain in the butt, huh? Luna is the old god. Maybe. Maybe so. I squeezed out of you. Just went meh. You just want attention. I haven't been here much the past 2 days, so she's gonna be extra whatever. Extra kitteny. Must deploy our armies to protect the new god, the chair. Oh, well, have to go again. All right, dude. See you, Tebow. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Bye, Tebow. We miss you, or miss you. Indeed, we do. He just said miss you, but I read we because I was projecting. Okay. I honestly think this is a good enough sketch for a land. It doesn't need to be super crazy. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. She has the zooms right now, and she's running around and then up into my chair and then putting her little paws on the back of it and her little claws. Yeah, she has the zooms. She's just... Woo. Probably should have played with her more before stream, but here we are. What? Why are you yelling at me? Anyway, here we are. What's up with y'all today? What are y'all up to? How's life? Sauce came over for the weekend. It was fun. Heck yeah. How far is he from you? Like, just like time-wise. Did he drive or did he... I would assume he didn't fly. A 5-hour drive. That's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad, you know? Could be worse. This makes for a good quarterly drive. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Indeedably. I really should visit Checkers more often. Into a pumpkin patch and a concert. Nice. Heck yeah. What kind of music? Like a local band or like something bigger? Pick me up like a pumpkin. Heck yeah. It's like Canadian level driving times. 5 hours. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Canada and America are pretty similar. It was Jesse McCarthy or something. Okay, interesting. McCartney. There you go. My dear wife and his dear wife wanted to see them. See him. There you go. I didn't know his name until Saturday. I get that. I feel that. I'm there with you. Yeah. Let's do this on a separate order. I guess he kind of does have one leg in the air, but we can accentuate it a little more. Let's do this leg first. This like the leggy. Struggling. Riding the struggle bus. And this guy as well. It is kind of wild to be like, how did they end up in this situation? How are they in the middle of the quicksand sinking this poorly? But, you know. Sometimes you just gotta sink in the sand, you know? His head's way too big. Clearly not full of thoughts. When you get to the north, it's as dense as border towns. Things get far. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of where I grew up in like a, not quite the middle of nowhere, but definitely isn't super dense, you know. Thunder, if I wanted to go on a photography trip to Canada, where should I go where I don't get eaten by a bear? And not eaten by a bear. Man, you're limiting me. But follow the Rockies up to Jasper. Very photogenic, and quiet places on the island are awesome. I was gonna say, you probably now is a good time to for a photo shoot with, you know, it being fall. I'm sure the leaves are beautiful. It might be even past that at this point in Canada because it's too far north, but in the up north is definitely much prettier with the leaves than it is down here in the south. I tell you what. The island equals Vancouver Island. There you go. Noted. Thank you. Indeed, that's good information. Not that I ever travel, but good information. Canada has so much natural beauty. I'd really like to go with my camera. Too, you should come here and take pictures of me instead. I need more pictures of me. I made that sound weird, but I'm actually serious, you know? Or make it way north and brave the bears, like River Natural Spring or something you'll never forget. There you go. This is where you live, just nothing really there. There you go. I'll take pictures of you like a French girl. Yeah, I was gonna say, making it sound weird, but that ain't what I meant. I'll tell you what. Okay, so let's talk for a second here about this card. Let's have words together. The normal desert looks like this. Now, this is a quicksand card. I feel like it should look spookier. We need more Bald's creations in your photography scene. Pretty much, honestly. Okay, but I want to hear your photography needs when you're done. I don't know. I just don't have many pictures of myself that are like current. Like most of my pictures are older of me. Is really basically all there is to it. Should we make this like darker and spookier? Maybe we make it at night instead. Because I don't want it to look too the same, right? Obviously this is less complex and I probably would have done a more intricate job on desert. Although it kind of doesn't matter when it's whatever. But how do we make this distinctly different color wise? Maybe just doing it at night would be nice, right? I think that would kind of be cool. We'll maybe go somewhere between like that and like the graveyard, or maybe the swamp. Honestly, we don't really need to talk about it. I feel like night is the way to go. What do you guys think? You agree or disagree? What's the card effect? It's kind of, well, it's not fully fleshed out, but the idea is like a trap card where this is the vibe we're going for. It's a land, but if a monster kills a something above the card, then something detrimental happens to the monster, like it dies. Yeah, land. Yep. I mean, calling it a trap card, you feel like it could be like a spell or something, but no, it's a land. So it's a spooky, scary land. It's like, you know, potentially able to like kill things even. So I would say so. So I feel like it's supposed to be in the desert, obviously, because it's part of like the war deck, which kind of is very deserty. It's also whatever, but I want to use the exact same colors. We could potentially go for like more muted sand color, like rather than doing like the normal sand color we use, I think. Let's see, which one is it? Like this light color, like is this, but we could go with like, I don't know, this even, maybe. Moonlit sand. That pale sand, look, this right here. Might even color the line art around the sand pit. Could complement with some dry vegetation. Yeah, that might be a good idea. I can see that. Okay. Some bones, maybe. Some bones. Yeah, we could do that. We can make it work. Okay, cool. And then night, like maybe this sort of color. What? No. What do you think? What's going on with you, huh? Ow! Why you bite? can't see it that well, then suddenly slurp. What are you being so crazy for, huh? What are you being so crazy for? We're probably getting close to ad time. Are we close to ad time? 1 minute, 55 seconds. Kind of blown out, but there she is. Apparently that's the lyrics when the monkey guy holds up Simba in the Lion King. Nah, Simba, yeah, I gotcha. Yep. That's what she gets for being a little kitten, you know? Okay, something like this. I feel like doing colored line art on the pit here. She seems content with the window for now. I guess so. I guess she do. Well, you get two choices. You can either see Luna or you can see me do push-ups. Also, or sit-ups, I mean. Also, it's time for an ad. Here, we'll do this. We'll flippity swap it for half a second. Too late. We're gonna do this, and we're probably gonna be in the ads while I'm doing sit-ups, but this is just for you, Toot. Oh, we finished it before the ad. Dang. Dang what? Dang, huh? All right. I guess we're doing an ad break. I'll be back and we'll keep working on the card. BRB.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you mind...
Structures, lands, and spells, and then what we were tentatively calling demons, which were the opposite of gods. However, to keep this from getting too confusing, I'm going to call them by their final names, which were the old gods instead of demons. Secondly, rather than having units, monsters would have a set power level, along with an attack order. This meant we didn't have to make any decisions allocating units or deciding who they attack on their turn. The cards essentially play themselves. And lastly, we wanted some sort of conquest mechanic. One of our ideas for this was to have reversible cards. As you defeat an evil card, it would flip and then become yours. However, we decided to start simple and just have it so the cards granted bonuses on the evil card's death. So one of the things I didn't mention is from the time we sat down around 7-ish, we had a playtestable game around 11. That includes making the players only version and the monster version and playtesting both. This was possible because of a few tools: Google Sheets, Dexterous, and Tabletop Simulator. Google Sheets allowing us to make spreadsheets for our cards, Dexterous being able to interpolate that information into cards, and then seamlessly importing it into Tabletop Simulator. I'll probably be making a video on that at some point, but I would definitely recommend checking that stuff out if you're making your own game. And because these tools were available to us, we were able to make a fully playtestable version in 4 hours. And the crazy part about it is that it was fun. We were already seeing the game taking shape, the game felt cool, and the interactions and synergies of the cards were already coming together. We were just having a good time playing. So now that the game was functioning, let's actually explain how the game works rather than just talking in vague terms. First, the players would select a god. The gods act as a sort of passive bonus along with being your lose condition. If your god dies, you lose the game. You also choose your opponent's old god to serve as the difficulty of the game. Then players would draw cards from their deck, and that's basically the extent of setup. Then on a player's turn, they will draw a card and play cards into their play space. This includes heroes, structures, lands, and spells. After cards are played, then you enter the unit phase. Here, any cards that gain units do so and are placed onto the cards. From there, you're allowed to move the units from card to card, granting them more power. Effectively, these units grant you more health, and if the card can attack, it grants them more attack power. After this, you are allowed to attack, and then your turn will be passed to the next player. But before we talk about attacking, let's talk about the enemy. The old god determines how many cards it draws per turn. As it draws cards, they are placed in order and then resolved. Monsters with an attack order attack, and then all other cards do the effect that is set on the card. So with all that said, let's go back to attacking. When a player attacks a monster, they must have a sufficient number of units to destroy them. When they do so, they will lose the number of units equal to the card's power level. On the other hand, if a monster attacks, the player's card will lose that number of units.
Thunder,
the monster
what are you
will
talking
not
about?
Take any damage. And lastly, if a player manages to
What you talk about, Thunder? It's in oh. Here comes a lion father. Interesting. I see. Oh, yes, it's a lion. Interesting. Okay. I did not know that. Now we know. You're translating. Thunder should be the new Dos Equis Sky. I could see that. Most interesting man in the world. I'm just curious about it. Yeah, right. You're just like, why is this that way? Okay. More drawing. I think I do want to color just this line art, but I'm not entirely positive. I think like something like this. Make it less obvious. I don't know. I'm gonna shade it similarly. We kind of have the what are like the ripples in the sand. Hey, stop scratching my stuff. Girl. Showing you her butt. Add some texture. Fluffy tail. Little kitten fluffy tail. I guess now that I'm not going to disturb her. I'm going to put down my desk because it's his time. Fluffy tail gone, indeed. Oh yeah, two. I meant to ask. What timer do you use for your starting soon screen thing / ads? On Stream Elements. Okay. I was tempted to make my own anyway, but just like with my own, you know what? I know I just did all this work. I'm gonna start over. I was tempted to make it look cool. So we'll see. I kind of want to have one as well, is what I was trying to get at. I might make my own. I feel like I should get stream elements because it makes life easier, but at the same time, I like making my life difficult, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if this is looking... I feel like I just need to look up, like, sand dunes. Sand dunes. It kind of looks like that. I think the biggest problem is that I'm too consistent with it. Like there should be some little bits missing here and there. Sometimes the lack of a line can be even more impactful than having a line itself. Heck, I found about won't and why it is how it is. Won't, will not. Oh, but it doesn't follow the same pattern as other contractions, but I found out why. Wool is Middle English for will. Interesting. That hurt my dyslexic brain to read that, but now I understand. I'm unsure how to feel about this currently, but we'll see. What? Thing is, she only bothers me when I'm at my desk, too. I think she knows that if she annoys me here, I'll play with her. But even if I'm, like, laying on the couch and she yells at me, like, I'm honestly more likely to play with her than I am here. Like, I'm working, girl. What? No. Probably behind me, isn't she? She's behind me, isn't she? I used another timer from another place, but it was less customizable. I'm a bit frustrated with Stream Elements overlay because it usually doesn't work, but the countdown thing has been reliable. Yeah. Bot barely works with keywords either. Yeah. You set the browser source to refresh when you switch layouts and the timer resets. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think I'm just gonna make my own timer that looks cool. Like it'll look kind of like my 3D text you see in my starting soon screen. I think that would be cool. But how? How to make my own timer? Just in After Effects. If you just make it like a thing that counts down and it'll just always start at, it just basically be a video of a timer that I make. You're so cool. No, you. Never even thought to try it that way. I mean, yeah, I don't know. She's back. You ready to attack? Cat cam, activate. God, why does it look so weird? I guess it's because it's from below. Can't really get a better view of her. You see her tail swishing back and forth. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Smooth scalp, extremely wrinkly brain. So wrinkly. Extra wrinkles for extra power. I don't know why I'm using the smudge tool. I just felt like I should. I don't know. BRB and boss wants me to work on something, work or something. How dare ye? Making my boy Toot work. I won't allow it. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about it right now. What technique did I make this? Like I really like the glow of the fog here. I guess maybe I just did Maybe I did like more of a this color. Okay, we're certainly too bright currently. I would say maybe what we do is the technique where we do a dark layer and then do like a multiply. And then maybe erase parts rather than the other way around. Still don't like the pit itself either. I need to look at more quicksand references again. The problem is like drawing quicksand doesn't really work perfectly. You cleaning yourself? You're just gonna clean yourself on live television? Showing her leg to the world. It's like illustrating quicksand versus what it actually looks like is like two separate things, you know? I'm gonna have to, you know, I need to do a better job. I'm almost tempted to just delete this part of the line art. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Where's this color? What does quicksand in your world look like? Is that a serious question? Or I feel like it doesn't really, it just looks like sand, right? That's the thing. Quicksand looks like sand. That's what's dangerous about it, is that you can't tell the difference between quicksand and normal sand. But making it look like sand is less interesting to me. It can be whatever you want, I suppose. I suppose you're right. That was on the wrong layer. Honestly, I can just delete it. It's not. But yeah, that's fair. I can make it look like whatever I want, I suppose. But I think there also is something to be said about like making sure it's conveyed well, you know? There's a balance to be struck there. for sure. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. And I regret actually deleting that now because I kind of want to fill this area with a slightly darker color, but what even is this layer? Nothing. And we shall steal it for our own nefarious purposes. Looking at Mario 64's quicksand, they had a simple way of portraying it. Might work here. All right, let's take a look. Mario 64 quicksand. Okay, yeah, it's kind of swirl-ish. I see, I see. I mean, this is working so far. I think I do want to put a few more, a little bit more stuff around the edges here, which I guess is kind of what they have, right? Maybe a little more subtle, but like the ring's giving an illusion of sinking. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with these thinner lines. It's a little more subtle than what they have in Mario, but like a game, it has to be much more clear than it does in this, I suppose, you know, like a video game. Ideally, it's more clear at least. I think this works. Something like that, maybe. I want to get some shading in here because I'm like currently not liking the piece as a whole. Not necessarily not liking it, but I feel like it's kind of just like meh. Let me get some shading in here real quick and see how I feel about it. Trying to decide if this is the right blue or not. Probably not, but maybe. That feels better. Maybe actually the blue gray. Just looks a little flat right now, you know? Ayo, Adonis is back. Indeed. And so is Toot, I might say. Yeah, I hear. Bruh. Geez, I was gone for a couple minutes. You made a lot of progress. Thank you. Are your lines and shadows dead guys based on a blue? What? Are your lines and shadows dead guys based on a blue? I don't know what that means. Is there blue in your darks? These are completely black right now. I probably will make that these guys a little different color. But yeah, this is, I mean, the background's navy. My line art is typically fully black, but these guys will probably be a different, I'll probably color that line art. I was thinking of making them kind of like more of a navy. So your shadows looking cool in color. Yeah, they are. These are kind of like a cool gray, but it's nighttime, so that's kind of the goal. I'm not sure it's the right color yet, but we're kind of playing around because I think we're gonna do a big old night filter on the whole thing when we get to it. You know, we'll do the old multiply trick. We'll probably tone it down a bit, and then we'll, you know, use the erase tool and give ourselves some moonlight instead. And probably like accentuate our characters here. You give the one on the left a torch to light up the scene. Ooh, that'd be cool. I like that idea. Oops. I just randomly had the craving for hot dogs. I can tell you why, but I did. Yeah, I like that idea, Anonymous. It's good. Do it. Oops. currently behind the what's it called? Doing lighting backwards. It's currently behind the shadow layer, which doesn't look good, but we'll make it work. Oh, who put that torch there? That was an anonymous idea. Anonymous and original. Maybe a combo of both. Great idea. Yeah, 100% a great idea. There we go. There. Just the way he was holding up his hand already. Yeah, right. It kind of does just work. Is smart, good sir. I feel like I'm kind of locked in right now. I'm less talkative. Hopefully that's cool. I'm in the zone. The guy on the right should be a skeleton. We could maybe do that. I can maybe see that. Like the guy just found a skeleton. I feel like he'd be sunken into the ground though. That's the thing. Like we could maybe have a skull in the thing, but I feel like the skeleton wouldn't be floating on top, you know? Yeah, I forgot to mention, I don't know what exactly is happening per se, but there is a chance I'm doing some Minecraft stuff today. My friend Nez, another streamer, is doing a charity event. I've mentioned it multiple times at this point, but she has a like a Minecraft server she's doing along with the event. So I might be doing that. I don't know if I'm streaming it or not. I'm not sure exactly what the whole idea of all of it is, but I might be doing that later. I don't know if I'm gonna, and that's technically today. I don't think I'm gonna like stream until like whenever it's gonna happen, but I could potentially be back on later. So that could be interesting. So I keep that in mind. I also kind of want to do like a light blue, like lighting. We do maybe on here. So maybe you'll see me twice in a day. I don't know. Does that actually do anything for us? I guess so. Kind of cooler. I kind of like the warmer look, honestly. Yeah. Maybe we even lean into that more. Like the torchlight is what's lighting up these hills in the distance. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. No, that's okay. Let's just let's throw a skull in there for the fun of it and see how we feel. So I do have skulls already as a thing from the Necromancer. I could probably just draw a new skull, but no, the blue guy makes them further away. Wait, what? What do you mean? What doth thou mean? That's definitely not going to be the right scale for this. I think you could be holding up a skull. No. I feel like the detail of a skull. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right now it's really subtle. It's just like a slightly warm glow. I don't know if it does look close. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I see what you're saying, though. Yeah. What the heck? What? All of a sudden, nothing's working. So you're saying the blue is good, or the blue is... Okay, yeah. The orange makes it too close. Yeah, maybe I'll just stick with... I'll get rid of that. It's subtle, but we'll leave it like that. I think the blue was too much, but all right, we definitely can't use this skull if we're doing one though. I mean, what if there's just like I don't know. I think a skull might just be one too many elements. Obviously, this is a very poorly drawn skull. I don't know. I think it doesn't really make sense to be in the pit. Like, you wouldn't find like the thing. I don't know. I think this might just be okay, but. I do feel like it's missing something though, but it's more so. And we could add like a moon potentially. How did I do? Color dodge. I don't really know how color dodge works. I have to research that. I don't understand exactly how a color dodge layer works. I'm just wondering if we do a moon or not. Well, I guess the moon would be on the other side now that I'm thinking about it. Based on how the lighting is. Ugh. Okay. No, I think we're close done. I don't think I need to get too complex. I probably could spend more time on it, but I don't know if I need to, you know? Like, compared to the other existing lands, it looks fine. Yeah, I think that's it. I could maybe do some more, but I think it's fine. Well, hold on. I'm thinking. On. I know what I need to add now. I know what's missing. It just came to me. As if in a dream. I don't know what I'm saying. Don't ask. A shadow, right? Like something's missing and they're just not grounded, you know? God. I want some of those like long shadows. Like it looks cool. Then maybe honestly one more just like darker shadow to kind of blend where their body is touching the ground. Okay, I think that looks a lot better. Oh God. Hiding behind the thing there. Anyway. Okay. I don't know, something still feels like slightly off, but I don't know what it is. I think it's okay though. I think we're good. If anything, it's like the line art in the very back is like too thick. It kind of makes it look like you were saying closer than it should appear. I guess maybe a way to kind of do that without changing my line art would be to like add some haze in the back. This is the wrong color haze, but I think. Yeah, adds a little bit of depth. And then honestly, I might just see if I can, where's our layer again? Here? Yeah. Let me just lower this by like 2 pixels. That's a little better. Okay, good enough. We done. That's quicksand. Cool, looks good. Yeah, it's good enough for me, you know? Good enough for government work, as they say. And turn off this before saving it. It's not perfect, but I don't care for it to be, you know? Of course, now that I look at it, I see one thing I want to fix. God, I really need to label our layers here. I feel like this guy's got like a hole in his chest. There we go. Cool. Export again for the 3rd time. Okay. Let's get that in the game. And then we can, I don't know. I think that might be like after we get it. Well, we could maybe take a look at some armies stuff just in general. But I don't know if I'm gonna do like a crazy long stream today. Like I said, I might be back on later, maybe. I don't know. I'm still figuring that out. But yeah. I'm not sure if that's something I will do on my stream or just hang out in general, but yeah. Okay. Beta. Okay. Oops, sorry. White screen. I don't care. We add a land. We add a number of copies. We add it as a land. We call this quicksand. I don't know what I'm doing. Quicksand. I think if we do have the ability that you suggested, Anonymous, we do want it to be something like it probably needs to be, it has to have some sort of cost to make it work, I think. Runner Bean! Bean! What's up, dude? We just finished a, no hat for me. Oh, God. We just finished a quicksand card art. And we're implementing it into the game. We also talked a little bit about the game jam today as well. Figuring out when that's going to be and whatnot and what have you, you know? It's looking it might be sooner rather than later, but we shall see. Nice, I like the sand situation. Yeah, thank you. It's both quick and also sand, you know? Okay. Let's do this open. Okay. But yeah, we're just trying to figure out exactly what the mechanics of it are. We kind of had ideas, but now I'm trying to fully situate it, because the original idea is gonna kind of behave like a trap card. The hero dies, add quicksands units to... Oh, right. That was one of the ideas. If a hero dies, add the quicksands units to it, and if it beats it, the monster dies too. That was kind of an interesting concept. What a quicksand was a huge unit generation, but disabled your own heroes. It's cool, but I'm not sure if that quite works. These are ideas we wrote down last time, but the original idea was, you know, if a hero dies in the column? How do you spell column? There's a U in there, I'm sure. Why is that blanking or hurting my brain? C-O... Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I know. Yeah, thank you. For some reason, it was just my brain stopped. If hero dies in the column, my good old dyslexic brain. If hero dies in the column, this land is placed. The monster that attacked it also dies. Now that's cool, but I also wonder if that really synergizes with this deck. This almost synergizes more with God of Destruction, which is maybe not bad, but could just be monsters get disabled if they attack a hero or structure above it. That's cooler. That actually might. So like if a monster or minion attacks a hero above this land, they're disabled. That's kind of cool. Or yeah, attacks a hero or structure above it, they get disabled. And then it just has like 1 unit generation. That's cool. I kind of like that. I'm trying to decide if that needs like any balancing. Like if it needs to have like a unit effect or something. A bit less complicated. Yeah, it's less complicated, and it feels more balanced for sure. If it was dying, it would almost make sense to put that into... Well, yeah, balancing that would just be really difficult. And honestly, it makes sense in this deck because disabling... Because it would disable monsters and minions if they attack, not necessarily if they kill the hero. So it means that the heroes... It's more likely to keep your heroes alive, which is what you want in this deck, because your heroes are your source of unit generation for the most part. So I think this actually works better with the deck if it doesn't require your hero to die. If it requires your hero to die, that's kind of anti-synergy with your deck. I think is why I like this idea more. So. You cleaning your toe beans? Them. Anyway, yeah, I like that. Okay. If a hero is, or if 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 the hero or structure. I'll move my art pad out of the way. My little one. Yeah, and not only is it less complicated, I think it synergizes better with the deck. So here, let's give you guys a better view of this for a minute. I don't know if that's actually better, but if a hero or structure is attacked, in the I might just use above attack, or if a hero structure above this land is attacked, then that. No, actually, I think the way you kind of had it was better. So if a monster or minion attacks a hero or structure above this land, then above I need to look at the wording of my other cards here for a second. Above does mean like I just realized above could be confusing to people, but because above means in the same row, like, but what do I say for like forest, right? Or I say placed on it. That might need to be clearer in the future, but we'll say in the same column just to keep things. If a monster or minion attacks a hero or structure in the same column of wait, we're probably in an ad, aren't we? We missed the ad. Whatever. If a monster or minion attacks a hero or structure in the same column as this land, the monster or minion is disabled. This what do we think? This effect can only happen once per turn. I feel like that's fair. So you don't like disable an entire like the entire old god. Maybe the better way to say is this effect, or could cost units each time it happens. I'm trying to think how I would do that. The best way to do it would be make it an ability. I'm trying to think if that makes sense. A minion or a monster or minion attacks a hero or structure in the same column as this land. The monster or minion is disabled. It would have to be an ability, I think. But then it's just, that does make it slightly more complicated. I do like the idea though, like of it using units. I think that's maybe more interesting. But at the same time, it has to be like a large number of units, but I also don't want to force the it could be from any number of cards instead of like taking it directly from the quicksand. My worry is just one, but the problem is like disabling like World Ender. Well, World Ender wouldn't. Yeah, I mean like disabling World Ender for a turn just for one unit is a lot. Or is like easy, like too much, you know? Too easy. I feel like. But maybe not. The monster still gets the attack off, no? Yeah, I guess it's true. Yeah, I guess if it... But, like, my thought is, like... Did I ever open Tabletop Simulator again? I did not. Right? Yeah. My wonder on this... We'll discuss this for half a second. Let me pull up so we have an example. Loading. Tabletop Simulator has such a like a weirdly unique style. I'm kind of surprised the game hasn't gotten like more of an update. Okay, so say you have your quicksand. We're just gonna use this for a second. Say you have your quicksand, and then say you have like a hero like a paladin above it. You could like if your paladin has like, you know, 6 units on it, which is like not that unreasonable, and they have like 3 minions or 3 or 4 minions. You could disable all these minions or sorry, maybe the paladin doesn't, right? Whatever, your desert does. Doesn't really matter. Well, I guess both, right? If both have a high number of units. You could disable like all these minions, right? Attacks, you lose one here, you lose one here, you attacks, you lose one here, you lose one here. And then like all these minions are disabled. Which I guess arguably isn't super useful. It's maybe more useful to disable monsters than minions. Or I suppose I could just make it monsters only, but I feel like minions feels more interesting. I mean, one way I could do it too is that it costs an additional unit each turn or each disabling. That also could be confusing. I think I did do that for like one of these new gods here that I've never played. Cost plus 2 units per use. So I could do something like that. Or give Quicksand a unit limit or unit gen limit. Well, that's not really the... Well, I guess, yeah, I could have a specific number of units on it. Sorry, I keep getting called to do work or something. That's no worries. We're just talking about the what exactly the quicksand will do at this point. Monster minion. Okay, let me try making a ability for this. It does get a little complicated based on how the rule set is for the game, how different abilities work. Well, honestly, the sand is quick. Yeah, that's the finish card, by the way. Oh wait, we're on the wrong. Oh, whatever. It's the finish card. There's literally a way to do this. What am I talking about? It just, honestly, we make it a unit effect with a really low requirement, and then I guess it loses units when the effect takes place. Is that a way to do that? Let me see. Probably should find a way to simplify unit effects, because it really seems kind of insane that I have, like, if this land has 5 or more units on it, it could just say, because it's always a unit effect, it could just say like 5 units required or something, you know? The way I have it worded is kind of crazy, because unit effects will always have to have the fact that I said have to include if this land has 5 or more units on it is maybe excessive. This land has 5 or more units on it. If a monster mini attacks a card in the same column, I don't think I need to say as this land. As this land. Wait, where's Bean? He was here for a moment. I don't know if Bean's still here. Bean! Where are you, Bean? Alright. Push-up time. I just had to yell your name, so Toots could say hi to you. As we all know, Toots loves you with all his heart. Push-up time. Dang. The hoodie, the bald, the push-ups. The good, the bad, and the push-ups. He's doing too much. If land has 5 or more units on, thank you, first of all. If a land has land has 5 or more units on it, When a monster or minion attacks a card in the same column as this land, the monster or minion is disabled. This effect can only happen once per turn. We didn't need that. Hold on. I guess what I can do is I can make this 2 units, and then we can make a base effect. When a card is attacked in the same column, this does make it so you can't choose what card is disabled, but I think that's maybe okay. When a card is attacked in the same column, this card loses 1 unit. Cannot drop below 1. We'll see if that works. It's a kind of different way of using the unit effects, which I think is maybe kind of interesting. We'll give it a shot. It's kind of weird because it kind of feels like it should be a triggered effect, but I guess I don't know. I guess base effects kind of feel like they should be able to be other effects, just not count as them when being referenced as other things, but I don't know. Okay, that's let me try one other way of doing this. So this is option A. This is like the super fun wording part of the the process. An ability. If when a monster or minion attacks a card in the same column as this land, you may spend 1 unit to disable that monster or minion. This would say after. This is going to be simpler now that I'm writing it down. After a monster or minion attacks a card in the same column as this land, you may spend 1 unit to disable that monster or minion. This costs +1 unit. Cost +2 units per use, resets at the start of your turn. Hopefully this isn't too long. I think it should be okay. I kind of don't like that I'm making like every single card an ability, but it kind of just is working out that way. I mean, not every single one is, but there's a good number of abilities. I feel like we could utilize the other kinds more. This might actually be way too long. Cringe. We'll see. We maybe can use the base effect. I haven't been doing that much. Yo, Unsatisfied. What's up, dude? My phone is vibrating. Never mind. Don't worry about it. What am I doing? Right. Just to let you know. I'm just gonna out him. Toots is also texting me about the my whole just me, you know? He just you know, I'm just gonna say how it is, you know? Hold up. Toots is just flirting with me over text. He's like, nope. It can't just be here. It has to be over multiple mediums. I said he looks nice, okay? Oh, Toot. You rascal. What? Is Toot texting about my whole situation? I guess the way I phrased that was wrong. Hold up. Hold up was for yeah. I delayed for a slight second, and that made it sound weirder. You're right. You're not wrong. That's my bad, really. Why the F have I never seen this Beast Tamer card? Isn't she cute? That's a new-ish one. It's new for like the series of new cards. Beautiful. Very cute. I'm a fan of it. Hey, Unsatisfied. Yes. What's up, Unsatisfied? What are you doing today? Tell me about your stuff. Everyone tell me about what you're doing. Right now. Just kidding. You don't have to. It does look quite nice, indeed. Yeah, we got the Bard and the Marauder, Sentinel. I do want to do a tiny tweak to the Sentinel, and I also want to do a tweak to the Church. Maybe even just rework the card. I don't know. But some of these need to be redone. Also, Waste Haven and Gladiator Arena are supposed to kind of synergize, but they're kind of broken, so I'll have to look into that. Oh, Church is cool too. Yeah, that one's again sort of older, but lurking in the chicken pen. Sometimes you just gotta lurk in the chicken pen, Thunder. This might be my favorite piece you've done. What, the Beast Tamer? Yeah, I like that one a lot. Thunder's gone. Let's talk about him. Oops. Oops caps. Maybe run to answer. Lurking in the chicken pen. I'm just yelling. Thunder just causing a commotion over here. I need to reset this. I'll do a collab with you on a piece where you make the background and I make the character. I'd be down for that. We should do that. I think this, like, next few months is going to be a lot of collaborations. I think I would like it to be at the very least. So hit me up. Let me know. I want to do more of that, you know? Be interesting to see how our styles blend. Hello, quicksand. Okay, oh, I didn't put the image in. I want to collab with Bean, with you, Bean. I make dinner and we eat it together over a candlelit dinner. There may or may not be candles. Good morning, Bean. You're already get second place in the art category. I am your competitor. Assuming Bean is entering the game jam, I think is what he's referring to. Yep. Yepperoo. What art category? So we were talking about, of course I closed my tabs. We're talking about the game jam. And, I'm not entering, my friend. I suck at making games plus time. The idea, and no worries, Bean. No worries at all. You do not have to. You don't have to do shboop, you know what I mean? So the game jam we were talking about today, we kind of came up with the stuff. I'll have to revise it, but I'll probably come out with this sort of metrics pretty soon. The idea is there would be an overall winner, but there would also be winners of each category. So like you're scored on each category, there's a winner in each category, and then there's an overall winner, whoever has the most points. These are the categories we talked about. I think these are probably what's going to be, but fun, what game's the most fun, art, what has the best art, interesting mechanics, which one has the most interesting mechanics, theme fit. So this would be like what follows the theme I give that you are supposed to follow the best, and then lore, story, whatever sort of lore and story your game has, and which one has the most interesting one. Of course, this is all probably graded on a curve, just because, you know, maybe no one will add lore or story, or someone will put like character names and not really have much else besides that. So we'll have to see, but this is it so far. Also, I feel like you'd be better than you think being at making games. I think you would probably do well. If like, I think you could do something that's not necessarily like you know, I think you could make something different that's more like art and story related, and you could come up with something cool that doesn't necessarily have to be you know, super mechanics heavy, you know. You could have a not fun game with the Arcade Seal show. Yeah, exactly, right? Or end up with a fun game too, yeah. Gotta have dinner, be back in 40. We'll see if I'm still on in 40 minutes, but either way, we will see you later, Birdie. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm doing the rest of the day. I might... I mentioned this earlier. There's a... See you next time in that case. Indeed. We'll see. Maybe someone will convince me to stay on, but for now, I'm probably planning on getting off once I get these things sorted. Yeah, see you, dude. Appreciate you being here. Okay. Sorry, I just keep grabbing the wrong file. Later days. Dater lays. As they say. I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, I might be back on later. I know my friend Nezuyaki, the streamer, is Dater Lays is she is doing a what's it called? Event, and she has like a Minecraft server thing, and I know she wants her friends to join. I'm not entirely certain what extent that is. I know she's streaming on her Discord server, so it's not like a online kind of thing, like on stream, but I think she is cool with other people streaming on their streams, so there's a chance that I could get on my stream and play Minecraft. It is like a horror modded Minecraft, which is interesting. Never really played modded Minecraft. I know that's a big thing, but yeah, so that might happen. I don't know. The world may never know, but it could be a thing. Yeah, keep that in mind. I may be on later. Let's refresh this and see if it works. Yeah, there we go. That is definitely too many words. Let's try something new. Let's do this. What if we separate this and say the ability on this card costs +2 units per use, resets within your turn, period. Never saw the finished piece. Looks great. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we get rid of this and then put the rest of the effect in the base effect, and then we'll see how that works. It's a new theory, a new way of doing things, but I think it's worth a shot. It's gonna take a minute to refresh, but I like the look of it. Well done for something that normally looks like normal ground. Yeah, right. And decided to make it like a little bit, more saturated, a little darker, and just a little wobbly looking, So yeah, I'm trying to decide about the rest of today because I want to try to get some shorts out. So it means I need to do more editing, but the Moonlit look was a really good choice. Yeah, I wanted to kind of be darker and kind of spookier because it's kind of, dramatic or whatever, but yeah. And then Donovan's idea for the torch, which was a good call on that. All right, that's gonna take a while to load. Let's do a few fixes and then I'll probably be done, because then I'm kind of out of ideas before I need to just like edit stuff and try to get us some more people in the into the Beats sphere. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I want to talk about, well, one, I want to do something more with the Iron Sentinel. I feel like it would be better if it fit in another deck, but I did have the idea that maybe it can also kill minions easier, because I do like the fact that if it destroys a monster or minion, an allied card gets a unit. But I almost wonder if we make it like specifically better at killing minions. So like if it like attacks a minion, it costs like one less, or if a minion is stacked, it costs one less unit to kill that minion. So like it could kill a 2-stack minion for only 1 minion. So it's like even less of a cost, and it just makes it like specifically a minion destroyer, which I think feels kind of cool. I don't know if it's quite as powerful, and it still doesn't quite fit in a deck with the exception of God Destruction, it kind of fits there, but the meat grinder. Yeah, basically. If a minion has 2 or more stacks, this card requires 1 less unit to destroy? I guess it's destroy it. Defeat it, I guess. It's not crazy, but it's something, you know. So it gives it a little tiny boost. Makes it a little more interesting. The God Grinder. Give me that gold. You give me that gold. Can't tell me what to do. Okay, yeah, Church of the Radiant Dawn, I think, needs to be more interesting. Its base effect is fine. Let's look at it. Let's show you guys it. We talked about this a smidge earlier. Yeah, this card does need a bit of a rework as far as ability goes. Currently allows you to swap gods if you have the right number, or if you remove 4 units, you swap god cards with your ally. It's cool. Wouldn't each god have their own church? It's kind of more like it's almost like kind of Skyrim like, where I mean, technically, like, there would be churches that have, like, that pray to every god, but then there would be probably more specialized churches based on where you're located, you know? Like, you would pray to the gods, but then there would also be, like, more specialized churches where you'd pray to a specific god, I think. But yeah. This is one of a generic church. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, originally we had it so you could swap gods. I do like Dalmas's idea of instead of swapping gods, you gain the power of your allied god. It does start bringing us toward like bridge sort of territories. It could be a unit effect with require a ton of units to actually have it active. Although then that makes it kind of not really super worthwhile a lot of the time. I think it should have something to do with a god, like the gods, but I just don't know if that's the if that really feels quite right. Is my stream overlay getting too cluttered? I just look over and there's a cat and there's some ghosts and there's a bunch of little guys. What about it can use another god's ability for 1 turn if any 1 turn, like any of the gods not in play. That could be interesting. Huh. Well, it would be sweet spot of needing to get like 5 to 10 on it. Yeah, it would probably, like, the bridge is 8 and bridge is super powerful, but I would say this might actually be more powerful than bridge because you always have a god active, whereas a bridge you need to have blue effects active. It's electric in the best kind of way. What? I don't know what you're saying, dude. This is probably a reference I don't understand. My dyslexic brain can't read that word. Hold on. Oh, eclectic. Okay. Sorry, I understand now. It was taking, my brain could not read that. It was having a hard time. Eclectic. What is the church? Time for fisticuffs. Your overlay. Ah, sorry, I forgot I asked about that. Eclectic, a new word for me. I knew of it. I know the word. It was not. It's basically a variety of thing. Like, yeah, like collecting a variety of things. I don't know if it actually has root words with collecting, but I always associated it in my brain. Anyway, yeah, learn it up. I do like that idea that you could summon other gods for a turn. That is pretty cool. Hellfire, yo, what's up, dude? I'm gonna go learn today. How you doing, dude? Welcome on in. Everyone who does not know, Hellfire is also a streamer. He does games and such. I spelled your name wrong. Hold on. I think. Hello. Wait. You are not a command. I need to do shout out first. I can't type. I did it. I did it. Everyone praise me. Yo. Hi, Hellfire. Welcome. Indeed. Welcome. Hey, bro. Just saw you were live. Yeah. We're working on some cards right now. We're kind of tweaking this one. I don't like its effect very much. It's a cool effect, but it's kind of not worthwhile. So yeah, we're working on the game. We just made the quicksand card. Maybe this actually refreshes now. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Much cleaner. Although ability should be the symbol and not the it should be the symbol and not the word. But yeah. Yeah, no problem. Of course. Yeah, I was thinking of yeah, Hellfire is also doing the Minecraft thing I was talking about a few minutes ago. I still have to actually figure out all of that, how that works. I was also trying to decide if I'm gonna stream that as well. And whatnot and what have you. But yeah. ABL is ability. Who would have thought? Downloading Tabletop Simulator right now. Heck yeah. Yeah, we're Oh, what am I? There we go. Sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, how you doing today? What's going on with you? How's your day, Hellfire? Why is this not right? Oh, there we go. Okay. What else do we need to do? All right, church. Just doing some scheduling. Nice, nice. Too many things. I feel that, dude. I've you know, I got the stuff that I'm doing with Nez, and I've got I'm planning a game jam we're doing a card game jam with the community. So that's gonna be interesting. And then I think I'm gonna be doing a D&D one-shot thing with the community as well. And then you know, trying to get videos out and just like a bunch of stuff. So it's a whole lot of work, but it is fulfilling. So I feel you there, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Anonymous, I really like that idea of summoning another god card, but I also wonder how much that works if we do like pre-made decks, right? Like this card becomes worthless if it's like, if you don't have other gods in your hand, right? Or if you don't have other gods to play with, right? But I guess that like would just mean you'd have to own the other gods in order for this deck, like whatever deck you put this card in to be useful. And the other thing I would have to like decide on is the cost for the card. Because 4 units sometimes isn't useful for this to work. I don't know. Maybe honestly discarding a card might be better, but I'm not entirely certain. Unless it replaces your god with another god. That might be more worth it, because then after a few turns, it could actually make itself more useful. I don't know. I'm unsure. I just think swapping gods is kind of less useful, especially now that I've made it so turn orders you can decide which player goes first every turn. So, I don't know. If you need to sacrifice each time you wanted to use another god's power. I mean, that's kind of how it is. You need to remove 4 units. Like, you need to remove 4 units, but I just don't know what that would be. I mean, I guess it could be like disabling one of your own cards. That might be better. You could also like have to destroy, like discard or sacrifice. Like the cost is just kind of the thing I'm unsure about. I do like the idea of, I thought that was for it to work. Didn't realize sacrifice was already a thing. I mean, kind of, right? Like you have to remove, yeah, it's not like the number of units you have. Like there's 2 different effects. The yellow effects are usually you have to give up something. You have to spend something to get the effect, right? So in this case, you have to literally remove 4 units. There's ones where you have to like remove a card. There's ones you have to disable cards, right? The blue effects are ones that require a certain number of units on it in order for it to activate. And then if you fall below that threshold by like getting attacked or something, then, or allocating units off, then you lose that effect. Whereas some of the other ones are more like, you know, whatever. I didn't actually even do this right either. Okay, cool. You got it. But yeah, I do want to do more collaboration stuff of testing all this stuff out. I don't know if Hellfire is still here, but if you actually want to play sometime, we could play this game together. If that interests you. Just thought of something like disable as many cards as you like. You gain gods gain +1 unit for each card disabled or something like that. Interesting. I feel like it'd have to be more than 1 unit, but I guess I could see that in a situation where you're like, that actually might work with that would work with altruism pretty well. Because you could disable cards to defend them. That's actually kind of cool. Because yeah, you could disable a card and then your god gains a unit, and then altruism could then Church of the Something Knight. There you go. I guess dawn, or I guess it would be dusk would make more sense, right? Or night. It's just not night in the scene, so I'd probably call it dusk or something. But yeah, that is cool. Do I want that to be this card? I think that probably makes more sense. Is that useful in other... What other gods is that useful for, though? Out of curiosity. Like, if you wanted a deck build. This is the old... Just go... What am I doing? Jeebums. I found myself working. Well, I guess I still needed to do this. I was like, I feel like I was supposed to be done by now, but I also, you know, I also said I was going to finish these before I was done. So, doesn't really do anything with God of Humanity. Could work with Mal, because then you can get units to attack. God of Destruction doesn't really help. God of Harvest doesn't really help. God of Magic, it does help. It helps half the gods, right? It helps Magic, Devotion, and... Magic, Devotion, Altruism, and War. So I think that kind of works. I kind of like that idea. I do like your idea of it allowing you to use other gods effects, but I just wonder if that's just like way too powerful to gain a god's effect. Plus, then you have to have the existing card in your hand, or like you have to have another god that you can play, which feels maybe weird for what we're going for with pre-built decks, you know? So... yeah, I kind of like that idea. Let's see. And it works really well with altruism. Is 1 unit enough, though? I don't think it needs to be like 2. Disable a card Disable one of your disable a card. A player. No, disable one of your cards. Gain. Yeah, I'm not sure. Something you said earlier made me think of it, so I'm not sure it would be good. I think it's interesting because I came back from the cinema. You are still streaming. What? Yeah, it's kind of, I'm kind of going later than I meant to, but, and we're in ads. Well, welcome back. It's time for ads. Should be beneficial to all gods pretty much. It's like more beneficial for like half, but it's but could be used for any of them really. I mean, gaining units is good on anything, so most beneficial on, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I would say it's most beneficial on altruism, but still good on pretty much anything. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. Gonna take our ad break. We'll be back in 3 minutes ish, and then I don't know, we'll see. We'll probably finish this up and then wrap up, but I'll be back.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your
We'll
heads,
skip to our next video.
Hey, I'm Beats. Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board game. However, to tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard it pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement, or the other card types, provided you have enough. To match the sci-fi look, I decided to give these cards a hologram HUD sort of design. I'll admit I borrowed some elements from one of my other projects. Despite that, I highly recommend self-plagiarism. It may seem like cheating, but it's no different than downloading assets, and this way you can have a unique visual identity across all your games. And with that, this is Stellar Shift. At the start, players place their ships and a few celestial bodies on the map. After that is player phase, where players use ship components to move across the board and manipulate celestial bodies. And then comes the shift phase. During shift phase, each celestial body activates, one at a time from left to right, top to bottom, pulling ships based on its mass and direction. If you get pulled into a celestial body, you lose the game. After that comes the next phase, where each player will place a new celestial body somewhere on the board. The cycle then repeats until there's just one pilot left standing. Or flying, I guess. Overall, I think it turned out all right. The games are usually extremely quick, lasting 2 to 3 rounds, which is maybe a little bit too fast, but kind of a refreshing pace compared to my other games, which can last hours. And this game would also be best to be played with a chess clock or something like that to keep it from getting too tedious. If you enjoyed my part of this video, check out my YouTube channel, where I talk board games, card games, tabletop RPGs, and game design as a whole. Waiting your turn sucks, and I think it's time we all come to admit that. Like, how many times have you been sitting at a table playing a game and either finding yourself zoning out completely or anxiously hyper-focusing on what you're gonna do the next turn when it finally rolls around, easily losing sight of the bigger picture? And this is the case whether you're playing a board game, tabletop role-playing game, or even a video game. Today I'm specifically focusing on tabletop role-playing games, but this applies pretty much across the board. Yes, that was a board game pun. No, I'm not sorry. Sorry, I'm not. Whatever. But what if I told you I devised a way of making your turns not just bearable, but actually fun?
I returned. Went to the cinema, watch a full movie watch a full movie at the cinema, went all the way back from the metro station, and you're still streaming. What can I say? I'm going strong. Yeah, I think this is cool. Side eye. What? Disable one of your cards, gain 2 units. 2 units is probably too. Actually, I think you're right. Gain 1 unit. A Bean art review. Oh, I'm excited. It'd be cool to have a bunch of churches that do different effects like this. That would be cool. Yeah. I'm excited for a Bean art review. I've never been more excited in my entire life. It's a little different. You're a little different. Got him. Oh, Tice is live. I think. Yeah. Well, I'm waiting. You tell me when it's there. Metro's more or less empty. Nice. Disable one of your. How do I even? Let me look at some of the costs on some of these cards. I need to figure out how I need to word it. Merp. Discard a card from your hand. Remove 1 unit from your do 1 here until end of your turn. I guess that's fine. Disable one of your cards, gain 1 unit. I don't know what's happening. I booted up Tabletop Simulator and my speakers are making a static noise. Oh no. I mean, the music is terrible in that game, so maybe it's that. Am I the only person in the cart? Hard to say, Grot. The world may never know. It is, wait, what time? It is like a random Tuesday, you know? The speed drawing time lapse. Ooh. That sounds cool. Who would have thought the metro would be so empty at 9 p.m.? I guess it's, well, yeah, 9, well, yeah, that's weird. It's an image I've already sent on Discord. Oh, okay. The one that I thought was a picture. Maybe it has to be the first thing you do in a turn to limit it a bit. I think we'll try it as is, and if it's broken, we'll change it, but it does get to a point where you're like, how many times can I disable a card? Because a card can be disabled more than once. I might have to say like limit 3 per card, or like I would say you may only disable a card once with this effect. Because you can disable cards more than once, too. What are we talking about? We're talking about a new effect for the church. This card. All right, stream chat. It's off my Insta. Okay, no worries. It's a song from Kill Bill, so if you're worried about copyright, I probably won't play the song, but is there a way that I can copy the link and put this in a browser, right? That makes it easier. Oh, that just downloads it. Oh, whatever. I'm not afraid of Beans downloads. Oh God, help. Hold on. Ah, God, it's loud. If you guys haven't seen this art yet, first of all, what's wrong with you? Second of all, be prepared. You ready for this? Okay, this is Bean's art. He's giving me an art review. I don't know how I'm gonna review this whatsoever. Hold. This is not a picture. You may be like, hey, why is Beats showing a picture on stream? Well, I'll tell you what, it's not a picture. We gotta hide Luna for a second, or maybe full display. No, this is probably best. Let's hide Luna. Luna, you're going away for a minute. Hold. Hold. Okay. All right, here we go. Ready? It's muted. There we go. Now you can tell it's not a picture. Go check him out on Instagram. Look at this. Probably could zoom in a little more. It's not super zoomed in, but is that not insane? Look at that. What the heck, Bean? How do you even expect me to say any art review? This is just an ad for Bean. That's what it is. This is just an advertisement for Bean. Where was I? We got lost in the sauce here. Swallowed by the Sunset here. I don't remember what song it is. Probably. Yes. You're so sweet. I watched him draw that like 2 hours to do it. And Bean. Yeah, I saw it on the stream. I think Bean made rituals with a demon to grant him drawing powers because there's no other explanation. I agree. Let me purchase Bean. Indeed. So her facial proportions are actually off quite a bit. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's hard to tell that with like a face because like faces are off, you know? Like faces aren't always symmetrical. So like, I mean, I guess I could see like maybe her eye is like, yeah, I'm riding the faces are naturally asymmetrical wave. Oh, it's literally what you said. I could see maybe her eye is like, maybe it's not even. Do you want me to actually critique this? I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that her eye, I want to try something. Where did you post this? Here. Copy image. I don't know what she looks like. I don't know what she looks like in real life. I've never watched Kill Bill. You said Kill Bill? Something like that? Why does it do this to me? Copy image. Okay. That's more time. New. Okay, whatever. That works, I guess. Because I don't think her eyes are actually asymmetrical, right? Like the way where you have the guides, like they're in the right plane, right? It's not like you messed up that. I think if anything, like it's maybe slightly rotated. Right? Maybe. Oh God. I'm not good with human faces though, so it's like this is this is beyond me. God. How's Bean do it? I'm just filling in a color here. It looks worse than just having it blank. I'm also using my mouse. That's my other problem here. Smudge it. Use the smudge tool. Smudge tool fixes everything, right? Yeah, that made it worse. It made it less understandable than just building it. That would be the only thing I could think. It is Lost in a Trippy Desert is the song. Why does it like move the... I guess it doesn't. I can only smudge so much. That's my only thought, Bean. But I don't... Let me... What's her name? Oh. Ren. Is she... Look at her. I think I found the reference. Yeah, and the reference, her, like, she's squinting with one of her eyes, right? I'm assuming this is the reference, right? Which, you know, you kind of killed it. Killed it sounds like it could be a mean term. Like, you killed it. Like, you did a bad... It sounds like you could have done a bad job. But you clearly did not. I just find it funny now that I'm thinking about the phrase. Yeah, why you do that? Let me do this. I'm trying to find the damn reference just since some backroom folder. There you go. Honestly, I could see how one of her eyes might honestly be that way though, right? Like I said, like people are asymmetrical. That would be the... Sometimes when something is correct, it looks less right, you know? That would be honestly the only thing I could, you know, like part of me was gonna say like her nose here, like it's kind of like there's something there, but I think that's literally a thing, right? Like, oh God, copy image. Oh God. Oh. Like if you look at her nose, she actually has that, right? It's like a, I don't know if it's a scar or just like how her nose is, you know? But she does have that. So it's like, that's like, if I were just looking at this like as a piece, I would be like, oh, that might look like a mistake, but that's real. Like she actually has that, you know? So I wouldn't even say like what you did is even necessarily a mistake without knowing the exact reference. So but yeah, you killed it, Bean. You did great. Honestly, it's yeah, you did fantastically. Everyone praise Bean. Albini did a good job. You did great, dude. Nice work. Praise Bean. Praise be to Bean. Because I'm honestly baffled that I saw a decent modern Disney movie. Like, it wasn't great, but it wasn't horrible. Like, what I'm used to from Disney. I don't dislike Disney movies, honestly. I haven't seen like a lot of like the super new ones, but most of them I'm pretty happy with. Yeah, Bean, great work. We are worms. Bows to Bean. So true. Talking about the new Tron movie. Interesting. I'm surprised that one looked not great. Oh, this isn't our music anymore. Help. 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 How long have we been streaming for? Holy shboop. 4 hours and 30 minutes? Okay. All praise Bean. Interesting. I guess it depends on what you mean by Disney movie. I was thinking like Pixar Disney movie when you said Disney movie. And I guess there's a lot of like the live action remakes, which I guess I would assume are bad, but just because I don't think that's necessary. Like, why did you make something that was good again? Like you're not adding anything. But so I see what you mean now. I thought you were just talking about like Pixar films, and I'm like, I don't, that's crazy. But Bush, my favorite Star Wars character in the Ahsoka series. Yeah, I don't know how I felt about Ahsoka. I think it was fine. I think they could have done better though, for sure. Anyway, yeah, Anonymous. I don't know about this this effect now that I'm thinking about it without like having to change fundamental rules of the game, because if you can disable your own card as an effect, then I like the idea of like just disabling a crap ton of your cards or disabling them multiple times. But there's nothing to say you couldn't disable a single card like 800 times and then get 800 units currently, based on the ability, like based on how the game works. They done good back when they made Hook and Lie, but yeah, Disney is a cow given powdered milk. There you go. How do you disable a card 800 times? I mean, you can disable a card more than once. You can disable a card multiple times. It's just disabled for additional turns. Maybe this video was annoying. I mean, I don't know. I just didn't hate it. It wasn't great, but it wasn't, you know, I don't know. They definitely could have done it much better. There's a lot that they could have done, but I agree. I didn't hate it, but I didn't really love it either. Can you disable? You can't disable a disabled card. You can though. You can. Just keep rotating it like a helicopter. I would say there has to be a limit, like 3 times, but yeah. I don't know. Not sure we're getting anywhere with that, or getting full like that. That kind of puts that idea a little bit. It puts it down a bit. I mean, I guess I could just say cards can only be disabled once. Just give it a limit, right? Cards can only be disabled once with this effect. Easy peasy. We'll try it. We'll see what happens. Why would you be able to do that though? Seems like an odd rule. Because the old god can disable your cards, and sometimes you might not have any other cards to disable. So disabling a card an additional time for an additional turn made sense. Also, blue guy from Star Wars Rebels turned from an evil mastermind to a dumb person that thinks a smart person acts like. Oh, what's his name? Thrawn. I don't know. I'd have to watch it again to form a opinion. It's been a minute. Taking a dog for a walk. I have you in my ear. Okay, deal. We'll see how much longer we're going for. I think I need to eat at this point, but we'll see. If you had to disable a card would stop it from reducing over and over. You had to disable a card that would stop it from redisabling over. I'm blanking on what you're trying to say. If you had to disable that card too, would it stop it from? Oh, like it disable the card that it is. But then it wouldn't be powerful enough, I think, is the problem. Unless it gives you a higher number of units, like it disables itself and you gain like a boon of units, but I think that feels less interesting. I think honestly we'll just try it with it'd be your god. Your god gains 1 unit. I feel like I have to think about this one for a minute. I'm gonna debate on that, and then I will and then we'll get back to that. And honestly, I think I really need food at this point. I don't want to get lightheaded. Which I know is kind of an anticlimactic way to end the stream, but I think we're gonna be done. Our climactic ending was seeing Bean's amazing artwork. So and I guess we can actually no, this is, can we refresh now? There we go. Now it's all set. Because yeah, I think I'll have to think about that a little bit more and then put that into practice. But I really need to get some editing done. I need to eat, and I have a few other things I need to plan out. There is a chance I get back on later at like, I don't know, 6 or 7, I think, which is probably late for most of you. You know, you over the old pond, you know, but there is a chance I do get on later. Double stream day, yeah, potentially. I've said it a few times today, but I'll say it again. My friend Nez is doing her whole charity event thing, and one of the things she has is a Minecraft server. It's got like a horror Minecraft sort of modded dealio for Halloween. So there's a chance I go and play on that, and then I think the idea is to do streaming stuff. Oh yeah, sorry, I was passively listening and didn't gather that today. No, you're good. You kept being kept getting, well, my voice stopped. My words stopped. You keep getting dragged away for work, you know? So it's understandable. But yeah, I think I need to do food, so I believe it is time. I know exactly who we're gonna raid if he's still alive, which he should be. Yes, he is. Beautiful. We are going to, here, we'll show my whole face for a second. We're gonna raid Tice, aka Dual Wielded. He is making a game, a fishing slash dating sim game where you catch fish and then you date them. The name of the game is Hooking Up. It's quite beautiful, really. One of life's great beauties, you know? But yeah. Isn't that amazing? It's fantastic. But yeah, we're gonna raid him. We don't usually get to raid him because he streams Tuesday, Thursdays, so, and then on the weekends, and we're not usually streaming then, so yeah, we're gonna do that. He's cool. He doesn't usually like art stuff, and I guess he's working on his some of the game animations today, so you will enjoy him if you enjoy me. So later days, guys. See you on the other side. Indeed, we'll hit the start raid button. We'll give it 10 seconds. I will be back tomorrow, actually, because I will do my Wednesday stream at the normal time. So we will be back tomorrow, and yeah, we'll do normal stream stuff. Maybe even a double stream tomorrow as well. I don't know. We'll see. See how crazy life gets. Anyway, see y'all. Thank you for being here. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Y'all are super cool and all that. Thank you for being here. That's it. Goodbye. Farewell.